Oh, right. I think the numbers have started to slow down a little bit. So I'll go ahead and say welcome. I'm Stephanie Holmgren, Program Manager within the NIEHS Office of Data Science and Team Lead of the Environmental Health Language Collaborative. And I want to thank you for your interest in this timely topic about sharing your environmental health sciences data with a focus specifically on metadata, standards, and tools in the context of preparing and implementing for the upcoming data management and sharing plan. So as usual, we have a few logistics we need to cover before we actually dive in. And of course, the first item is always some Zoom reminders. So please update your Zoom name to include both your first and your last name. We really want to have this be sort of your virtual name tag. And if you are experiencing any technical difficulties, you can email elk@icf.com. And if you happen to lose your connection and are unable to rejoin Zoom, there is a phone number that you can call that was included as part of the Zoom link invite that you received. Now, all 3 days of the workshop are going to be recorded, and they will be made available on the workshop event page, on the ELK past events website, and then we will also be emailing it to you as well. For some reason, my mouse, there we go. Okay, so we're at day 2 of the workshop. And for those of you who were able to attend the first day, which launched last Friday, I hope that you found it informative. And the sessions that we're going to be hosting today really end up getting more into the details of the standards and the metadata tools that are available to really help you to implement the data management and sharing plan around 2 specific elements of the plan, around metadata and around standards. So there's going to be an opportunity to learn more about metadata annotation tools, about how one can begin using control vocabularies and ontologies, and what to do if there actually aren't any standards available for your domain as well. What are the best practices? You'll note that during the break and closing sessions, we mentioned something about Mural. So Mural is an online collaborative digital whiteboard that we use to capture input, comments, feedback, etc. And if you're new to Mural, as I said, we will be holding tutorial and practice sessions during the 2 breaks, as well as towards the end of the closing session today. It really takes about 5 minutes to learn the platform. It's quite user-friendly. So we're using Mural to capture your input on 2 specific topic areas. The first board relates to the data management and sharing plan itself. And then we also have a second board that's going to be informing the unconference session that will be held on the last day on February 1st. And so I'd like to go ahead and actually share the Mural boards and kind of guide you through a few things. So hopefully you're now seeing the data management and sharing plan board. And you'll notice that there are, oh dear, I'm not able to navigate. Can you still hear me? Give me a thumbs up, because I just received.
We can hear you, Stephanie.
Okay, I see what happened. Mural disconnected me.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so I'm refreshing here. There we go. Okay, for a minute there, I was worried that I got completely disconnected from Zoom. Okay, so the data management and sharing plan board is really being put out there to get your feedback and input to help basically help NIEHS gauge sort of what your understanding and preparedness and ability is with respect to implementing the data management and sharing plan. And we have 5 questions, as you can see here. We're interested, hopefully I'm not making anybody woozy by navigating so quickly. So we're interested in what are the data types that you're generating or using. What repositories do you currently use or are thinking about using for your data? What standards are relevant to your work? What resources or tools do you find helpful and useful for data management? And then finally, what are those pain points and challenges that you either anticipate or have you already experienced in trying to develop a data management and sharing plan? And the whole reason for trying to collect this information from you is because we really want to, as I said, for NIEHS to begin understanding what are some of those pain points and areas of concern that we might be able to potentially address in an FAQ or some other communication. This is also an opportunity for you to share among your colleagues what you all have learned in this process. We're also interested in hopefully identifying new resources that currently aren't being captured in the data management and resource portal. And then, of course, finally, we're hoping that we'll also get ideas for future workshop and webinar ideas, not to mention for the upcoming unconference session as well. So I'm going to switch over now to the unconference mural board. And you'll note here that we have a space for gathering topic ideas. So for those of you who are familiar with the unconference format, you will note that we have had to modify the process just a little bit to accommodate the shorter time frame that we have for the session on February 1. So how we're going about this is that between today and January 25th, so next Wednesday, if you are interested in facilitating a topic for discussion at the unconference, we ask that you complete one of the green Post-its here. So adding the topic title, your name and email address, as well as a brief 2 to 3 sentence description of why that topic is important and you're bringing forth for discussion. Again, as a reminder, if you do post a topic here, please make sure that you're able to attend the February 1 session, which starts at 3:15, I believe. And then if you're not able to attend, if you're able to find a proxy or somebody who can stand in to help facilitate for you, that would be appreciated. If for whatever reason you end up coming up with an idea after April 25th, you can go ahead and post it in this gray box. And while it wouldn't be able to actually necessarily be moved forward to the unconference session, we do want to be able to capture these again as a possibility for future workshop or webinar ideas. So depending upon how many topics we receive, we will end up doing a vote during January 26th and 27th. So the morning of the 26th, everyone who has been registered will receive a link to a survey to vote for your top 3 topic areas. And then the top 6 will end up getting moved forward into this identified topic area box on January 28th. And then that will allow members from the community, whether you're able to attend February 1 or not, to begin populating and hear your thoughts, questions, aspects of that topic that you think are worthy of addressing. And that will help the facilitator to begin thinking about what are some of the key questions for discussion that they can raise during the breakout group. And then if you're not able to attend on February 1, but you have thoughts on the topic, please feel free to go ahead and add those in those Post-it notes. Then on February 1st, of course, during unconference day, the session will start at 3:15. Each of those topics will have a defined breakout group. And for the facilitators of that group, you don't need to worry about note taking. We do have note taker or ICF support to do the note taking. And then, of course, after all of the breakout sessions are over, we will have a 15 to 20 minute report out session as well. If there are further questions about the unconference, about using Mural, or about anything else in general with respect to the workshop or with the environment, health, language community, please feel free to either send me a chat or send me an email. And with that, I'd like to go ahead and turn it over now to Dr. Charles Schmidt, who is Director of the Office of Data Science, to help set some context for today's workshop. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. So thank you for joining us on day 2 of the Environmental Health Language Collaborative, or what we like to call ELC. As Stephanie mentioned, this year we've decided to focus on the NIH data sharing policy because these policies are coming into effect this year, starting January 25th. We have been, over the past year, trying to decide what would be useful to show everyone. On the first day, we had 3 sessions. Session 1 provided an overview of the policy itself and presented some best practices for data management and sharing. Session 2 introduced some resources to get started with. These included the Fair Sharing resource, the NIH Common Data Elements portal, and the DMP Tools resource. If you haven't taken a look at these tools, I would suggest you do. They're very, very valuable tools and useful for the data management plans. Session 3 was a chance to look at ongoing efforts that are applying ontologies and metadata to advance scientific goals. As Stephanie mentioned, today we're going to look at 2 elements, the standards element and the metadata element. These are the most relevant to common environmental health language and probably the most difficult parts of the data sharing plans to fill out. Just so you know, we've been, our office, involved with helping our intramural researchers fill these out and filling out some ourselves, as well as assessing them. And we know these are challenging to fill out, especially those 2 elements, metadata and standards. So hopefully today's sessions are going to provide some help, whether you're filling these out, reviewing them, or even if you're building or managing repositories that have to take in these data. I think probably most importantly, though, I'd like to convey the sense that we as a community can use these data management and sharing plans to our benefit. The standards and metadata that get described in the plans will allow the community to share best practices and learn from each other. The gaps in the standards and metadata, and I know there will be some, will point out areas where new standards and metadata are needed and where there are likely existing barriers to making data-driven discoveries. So don't hesitate to reach out to your program officers or to ELC with concerns or gaps so we can put a spotlight on these and try to address them. Or as Stephanie mentioned, post these issues to the Mural board for discussion. So with that, I think we can move into the first session on metadata. We have presentations from 2 efforts that have been at the Center of Fair Data and Metadata. After the 2 presentations, we'll address questions, so feel free to post questions in the chat during the talk. We'll try to respond to them live, if not live in the question session at the end of the session, or if not, then we'll respond offline. So our first speaker, Dr. Mark Musin, is a professor of biomedical informatics at Stanford and director of the Stanford Center for Biomedical Informatics Research. He is known for work that applies semantic technologies to open science and to biomedical decision support. His group has developed the Protégé Ontology Editor, which is a premier tool in that field. And he is the principal investigator of the National Center for Biomedical Ontology and the Center for Expanded Data Annotation and Retrieval, or CEDAR for short. He is a fellow of the American College of Medical Informatics and a member of the National Academy of Medicine. He's here today to speak about the CEDAR workbench for metadata authoring. So I'll turn it over to Mark.
Thanks so much, Charles. It's a real pleasure to be here. I'm grateful for the invitation. What I'm going to do this today is talk about CEDAR, a tool that is readily available for creating metadata that are adherent to standards and facilitate data sharing by using metadata that presumably communities have endorsed in various ways. Also want to talk about the more general problem of how do we make data fair, because we think CEDAR is a way of guaranteeing that the data and the metadata that are the result of experiments or observational studies that people do in this area are going to be fair. Everybody talks about fair data. Everybody claims their data are fair. I will bet that most people who argue that their data are fair have actually never even read the first paper on fair data and probably have never looked at the principles that define what fair data should be. And of course, I'm not going to do that now because no one ever bothers to read all of these principles. The thing I want to stress is that although all of us want to have fair data and all of us want to follow these principles, in some sense for investigators, most of these principles don't matter that much. It turns out that, well, most of them talk about metadata, the subject of today's session. But notice that a lot of those principles really are not talking about the data set or the metadata that investigators are going to be submitting for sharing, but rather talk about the characteristics of the repository where those data are going to be placed. And since most scientists have no control over the actual characteristics of the repository where they're mandated to put their data, I think we can ignore those things. And also note that a lot of the metadata descriptors in the FAIR principles really talk about things that are based in the community, not the subject of rigorous analysis, but the idea that data should be described with rich metadata, that they use fair vocabularies, that the metadata are richly described and domain relevant. These are things that really depend not on any kind of objective analyses, but on the community that has endorsed the standards that lead to the metadata in the first place. And so if there is a take-home message from this talk, what I really want to emphasize is that that data are fair when they're annotated with standards compliant metadata. And my corollary is that the only way to ensure that metadata are standards compliant is to author them using templates that are guaranteed to have built into them the standards that various communities have decided are relevant for their work. Noticing that I can't advance my slide for some reason. Hold on. That's interesting. Okay. There we go. Okay, so here, for example, is a metadata template. This is a template that adheres to the descriptors of samples that are required for the biosample repository at NCBI. And the point I want to make here is that because this is a standards adherent template, it's guaranteed to make metadata that are rich. It contains all the descriptors that NCBI views as required in order to describe a sample adequately. It follows the FAIR principles with respect to the vocabularies that it uses, because the template identifies what are the right ontologies to use to provide values for the individual elements of the metadata. And it's guaranteed to meet domain relevant community standards, because indeed this is what NCBI says should be included in metadata descriptors that are being entered into the biosample repository. So what I'm going to argue is that if we want to have fair data and we want to share data in a way which guarantees that other investigators can make the most use of our data, then we need a bunch of things, many of which have already been discussed in the previous workshop. We need ontologies to provide controlled terms. We need reporting guidelines that will standardize our metadata. We need technology like CEDAR that makes it easy to author good metadata. And most important, we need procedures that we can use within our communities of practice to create those metadata standards in the first place. Look, we know we need ontologies. Here's a classic example of all the ways within the GEO repository with which one can specify the age of a subject. And it's not just age, it's age and pop age and age after birth and age in years and age, comma, Y, age, year old, and 30 or 40 different ways you can say age. And if you want to search for the age of your subject in GEO, you need to know all the ways in which someone might have expressed the age of the subject. You need to know all the typos that they might have entered. You need to know exactly what are all the ways in which something could have been expressed, because people are not using ontologies. In our work at Stanford, we use a repository of ontologies called BioPortal. And as you know, there are a variety of ontologies for a variety of repositories for ontologies. BioPortal obviously is the one we use because we built it, but we like it because it's open. Unlike other ontology repositories, I can add new ontologies to this repository at any time. And particularly, I think in environmental science, for many of the ontologies may not be blessed by, say, the molecular biology community or by other groups of investigators. It makes it easy to take ontologies that are widely in use in a particular community and make sure they're accessible through a publicly available source, in this case, the bioportal repositories. And all your favorite ontologies like the gene ontology are there, but we have hundreds of ontologies that are used throughout the biomedical sciences and including environmental science. Now, it's not enough just to have the ontologies, though. One thing which may have been de-emphasized so far in our workshop is the idea that you need reporting guidelines that offer a structure for the types of entities that need to be described in metadata to ensure that a third party will understand exactly what experiment was done. We have a great example of this coming out of the microarray community. People who are interested in transcriptomics 20 years ago recognized that simply putting their data online was not going to be adequate. That data needed to be able to describe in metadata what the substrate of the experiment was, what the platform was, what the experimental conditions were, basically all the things that another scientist would need to know in order to make sense of the data. And so in the microarray community, 20 years ago, we created minimum information about a microarray experiment, or Miami, which enumerated all the things that you might say about a microarray. And these are reporting guidelines, just like the kinds of reporting guidelines that we use to ensure that our descriptions of controlled clinical trials are adequate. And indeed, in the biology community, we've seen things like minimal information about T-cell assays, minimal information required in the annotation of biochemical models, and all kinds of reporting guidelines that are now used regularly to ensure that metadata are complete, adequate, and address the needs of particular communities. There's less of this kind of reporting guideline work being done in environmental science, to my knowledge, but there are ways of rectifying that problem, and I'll talk about that later in the talk. And as you've already heard, the Fair Sharing resource at Oxford provides a great way of browsing reporting guidelines that are already specified for a wide range of biomedical experiment types. These kinds of reporting guidelines are exactly the kinds of community standards that we need to make data fair and to structure our metadata. So I said we need ontologies, we need reporting guidelines, but we need technology. And so what I want to give you a very brief introduction to is CEDAR. CEDAR is a tool we've created at Stanford, which allows us to take reporting guidelines and translate those into metadata templates. So you'll see in the first panel here, we see metadata authors creating templates based on reporting guidelines that provide the structure of the metadata that are needed in order for data sharing to take place in a manner that makes the data fair. There's a second set of tools that allow us to take those reporting guidelines, those templates, and fill them in with the right metadata so that we can use metadata acquisition forms on the web to describe the metadata for our experiments in ways that are inherent to the standards that the particular community has decided are necessary for the kinds of experiment that we're doing. And finally, we can take those metadata forms as they're filled out, store them locally in our own metadata repository, and also output them to the various repositories where ultimately our data sets are going to be stored. So we create templates, we allow investigators to fill them in, we put them out into wherever we're going to be sharing our data. We also keep our metadata locally for reasons that I'll show you in a moment. So here's what CEDAR looks like. Here is a library of templates. Each template reports to a particular reporting guideline. We might say, for example, we're interested in the reporting guideline that allows us to describe samples for the biosample human set of specimens that might go into biosample at NCBI. We select populate, we want to populate this template, and we get as a blank form on our web page, and we can enter the sample name, the organism, the tissue, the sex, and so on. And most important, CEDAR makes it automatic, such that if we, for example, want to specify the tissue for our sample, rather than typing in an arbitrary string, rather than having to go and figure out what ontology term we might want by going to some ontology repository, what we can do in CEDAR is just simply press a button and we get a drop-down list of all of the terms from, in this case, the Uberon ontology that allows us to select the tissue for this particular entry. And similarly, for every other term that's in the metadata form, I'm able to use the ontologies in BioPortal as the basis for making selections from drop-down lists to make sure that not only am I using the right template, I'm using that template in a manner that allows us to select the appropriate ontology terms so that we have both the right guideline and the right set of ontologies to create metadata. Now, we know authoring metadata is actually kind of painful, and most people actually don't like to have to go through the exercises of creating the kinds of rich metadata that the FAIR guidelines mandate. So what we do in CEDAR is to take advantage of our repository of previously entered metadata and use that repository as a basis of streamlining the data entry process. So for example, if I've specified that I'm talking about lung tissue in Homo sapiens, and it's time to enter what might be the disease that I'm studying in this particular sample, CEDAR can go and look at previously entered metadata records, know that in this particular setting, lung cancer is the #1 disease that people have selected from the disease ontology. Chronic obstructive pulmonary disease is #2, squamous cell CA of the lung is #3, and so on. And we sort the entries in the drop-down list so that the most likely to be selected choices are pushed up to the top, trying to make it easy for the user to specify what ontology term to use in this particular setting. And CEDAR does a lot of tricks like that using predictive data entry to make it as simple as possible to enter the right ontology terms for the right spaces and places, rather, in the right reporting guideline. And similarly, if I'm saying my tissue is brain, then you'll see that Parkinson's disease rises to the top of the drop-down list. CNS lymphoma is #2. And my list is always going to be sorted based on the context in which I'm making my selection, to make it easy to make sure that I'm making a selection that is going to be most appropriate given the context of entries that have been entered previously. Now, I said we need ontologies, we need reporting guidelines, we need technology like CEDAR, but we need a lot more than technology. And I guess that's one of the main themes of this workshop to date. We need mechanisms within our scientific communities to make sure that we have the right standards in the first place. And as a technologist, it's sometimes easy for me to gloss over all the hard work that has to get done before one even has technology to put to use. We've been working over the past few years very closely with the GoFair organization. GoFair was created out of the European Open Science Cloud. Our collaborators there are very interested in using technology like CEDAR to be able to author new reporting guidelines and to help investigators to use those reporting guidelines to annotate their data in a fair way. But they also recognize that it's very difficult sometimes to have the right reporting guidelines in the first place. And so what GoFair does is they work with us, and have intensive 1 to 3 day participatory workshops where they help scientists who have been selected to work in the particular area to identify what ontologies are needed in their particular area of investigation, what reporting guidelines might exist, and more important, what reporting guidelines need to be created for different areas of science and for different classes of experiments. And ultimately, what happens over the course of this 1 to 3 day workshop is that the investigators get together and they ultimately identify what are the ontologies that they need, or the ontologies they need to create, what are the ways in which reporting guidelines can help structure metadata in their particular area. And by the time they're done, they have a CEDAR reporting guideline rendered as a template. They have the right ontologies stored in BioPortal, and they're ready to go. What that means is that we have really good mechanisms in place that are pretty well tested for creating new reporting guidelines in different areas of science. And in particularly in environmental science, where some of those guidelines really need to be developed, I think there's a good opportunity to use this kind of technique. What's interesting is that the Netherlands Organization for Health Research and Development, ZONMV in Dutch, has recognized the importance of having fair data, the importance of having reporting guidelines and ontologies that allow for metadata to make sure that data sets are fair, and also recognized that in many areas, there simply aren't reporting guidelines in existence, and they need to create them. This has been particularly the case for their work in COVID, which is obviously a high priority area for all health organizations in the world. And in this case, what ZonMV has done is to work with GoFair and CEDAR to be able to bring together groups of scientists and have them create reporting guidelines in CEDAR for use by the funding agency. And those reporting guidelines will be written into the RFAs that come out for the work that needs to be done, in this case, in the area of COVID. And I think what is really interesting and probably indicative of a trend is that ZonMV says if you want funding through our RFA, then as a condition of funding, you will have fair data. You will make those data fair by using the reporting guidelines that our agency has developed in anticipation of the RFAs that we issue. And it's a real interesting situation where funders are now working to ensure that the guidelines exist for ensuring fair data, and obviously encouraging the use of technology like CEDAR to make sure that it all happens. As I said earlier, when we look at the criteria for making data fair, you can be overwhelmed by the large number of specifications that are indicated in the FAIR guiding principles. But really, all you really need to know as an investigator is that half of the specifications really relate to repositories, not to anything in the control of scientists. And what is in the control of scientists are that the metadata adhere to rich community standards. And so the real key to having fair data is not being worried so much about all of the myriad ways in which one can make data fair, but to recognize that there's a desire for communities to identify what metadata standards are needed, what ontologies are needed, and how to use those standards to create data sets that ultimately will be understandable by other investigators who want to make secondary use of those data. So basically, making data fair requires community-endorsed metadata standards, and we need to do this in all areas of science. It turns out in many areas of biology, we've been really ahead of the game and done a really good job of creating such standards. And in fact, when you look at the guidelines that are stored in fair sharing, almost all of them deal with biology. But we need community-endorsed metadata standards for all areas of science. We certainly need them in environmental sciences. We need technology like CEDAR that can allow us to take these guidelines and ontologies off the shelf and make it easy to create standards adherent metadata. We don't just want metadata, we want metadata that are actually going to be valuable to other investigators so they can do secondary analyses of the data, so they can verify our results and do all the things that are really important in the data sharing community. And probably the hardest part of the whole business is not the technology. It's really the work that is going to be done on the part of funders, publishers, professional societies, and investigators themselves to stimulate the creation of the ontologies and reporting guidelines that are needed to advance their science, and then to render those standards in technologies like CEDAR so that we can easily disseminate the information, disseminate the approach, and make it really easy for everybody to have fair data that are standards adherent. And let me stop there.
So thank you very much, Mark. That was fascinating and has me thinking about a lot of places where we should be trying to adopt CEDAR. We're going to hold off on questions until after Dr. Roccasera has a chance to present. So let's go ahead and move into that talk, and then we'll go into questions. So let me introduce Dr. Philippe Roccasera. He's an associate faculty at the Oxford Research Center, part of the Department of Engineering Sciences, where, among other things, he oversees the ISA project. And I apologize, I don't know if it's pronounced ISA or ISA. After PhD in molecular biology, Philippe spent nearly 10 years at EBI, working on data standardization initiatives for omics data, from transcriptomics to metabolomics. He has participated in many initiatives to enhance data reuse as part of the FAIR movement. Besides ISA, he's also active in FAIR Sharing Project and more recently led the development of the FAIR Cookbook, a hands-on resource to help make and keep data fair. So go ahead and take it over, Dr. Roccasera.
Well, thank you so much for the kind introduction and for the invitation and the opportunity to address the consortium today. It's a great pleasure to present. And even though it's a bit difficult, a bit of glitch on the presentation, I apologize for that. It's always a tough job to go after Mark. And so, in a way, I will tell you about the experience that we had with the ISA project, so the investigation study assay framework, and the lesson that we learned along the way. So, in a way, I will tell you about the origins of this format, this specification that really looks after and takes care of experimental metadata. So the description of the experimental setup, and this is really we are standing on the shoulder of giants somehow, and we try to learn from the experience of these groups. But what we witnessed when we were at the EBI is basically a lot of models were developed and were centered around technology. So they were models for first the DNA microarrays, and then for the proteomics using the proteomic data generated using mass spectrometry. And then there was the advent of short-read archive XML, which was more on the DNA sequencing aspects of this. But all these formats and specifications were really anchored around a technology. So, and this, in a way, as we were working with our US collaborators, and interestingly, it was with the EHS that we started the ISA project. I will get back to that. We also saw that basically the repositories were also technology-centric. So Geo and Array Express, SRA and ENA, and then Pride, and then for the metabolomic side of things, there is the NIH-TCC Metabolomic Workbench or EMBL EBI Metabolite, which are the main repositories for this type of data. But it was worth also noticing that there were a couple of efforts that realized that there were also the need to extend and to cut across the different technology, because biology is not, or the experimentalists are not limited to one technology. They use many tools, and even most of the experiments that are performed today are multi-modalities, and therefore we need to cater for that reality. So back in 2008, there was the huge object model that was specified. And in those days as well, the NIHS was actually developing the SEBS database. And this is really nice to be able to present today. I'm really grateful, and I need to acknowledge the three people because in a way, ISA is born out of the collaboration that we had with Mike Waters, Jennifer Fostel. I saw she's attending, so hi, Jennifer, and also Pierre Buchel, who's now at Harvard. So, and these publications are just a pointer to these resources that were really fundamental. And interestingly, what we did is basically start to develop, we noticed that at that time, XML documents, the big ones for microarray, for instance, did not appeal too much to the wet lab scientists when they were exposed to this, and because also the tool setup were not really top-notch at that time. The technology was not fully mature, at least in the hands of the field scientists. And basically, most of the data collection was done within Excel tables, essentially. So, and it allowed also a good presentation, and it was what people felt comfortable. So in terms of is user experience, that's also, or practice, that was also important information that we gathered. So what was evident as well is that the need for extensibility was essential in order to be able to accommodate for new platform, new technology that would emerge. And so therefore, there was a need to factor out somehow anything that was related to how do you describe your experimental setup, about the independent variables that you will be manipulating and maybe stressing the system from the kind of data modality that you will be connecting, even though there will be specifics to that. And this is in a way what was done, and we also noticed that at that time there was a transition between the rise of technology, moving away from Java and some of the development and the XML to more Python tool and JSON and web development, hence the JSON components. So in a way, we evolved. The ISA model was supported initially by a set of Java tools, which was mostly a support for the ISA tabular format. We had, with these publications, actually explored a number of elements, try to entice people to use the tools or to report the data. And we tried several things. The first thing is that we were one of the first tools to connect a spreadsheet with an ontology lookup, and we were connecting with NC Bioportal. So in collaboration with Mark Musin's group there, which allowed in the ISA creator tool to perform ontology annotation directly from the spreadsheets. But also we wanted to make a way to encourage people to report as much information, metadata, about their experiment, but providing also visual components that could be used for generating figures for their paper, for their manuscript, for instance. And this glyph representation tells a story. And it was best used when, or optimally used when the metadata was available. So we could see the progression of, as you can see here, from the cells down to the different granularity level of the sample collection and purification, for instance. Also, the glyph, the shapes would evolve or change depending on the kind of organisms that was used. So that was a kind of an experiment that we wanted to carry out. As we transited, I mean, away from the Java, we started developing a number of Python components. But still, the other aspect that was really critical to us is to assist users, not only in the data collection by these kind of tools, and to make a number of tasks, sorry for this, activities. Yes, to support the practice of the data collection was to assist them in a deposition to public repositories. So very early on, we made sure that we had a complete alignment and mapping with the public repositories, such as, at least in Europe, about ENA for sequencing data, and also metabolites for the metabolomic data sets. So with the idea that if we were also supporting the path to deposition, that was again an incentive for people to use our tools, but also to collect the data and spend more time in focusing on the annotation rather than focusing on converting the data set. We would take care of that burden. And we also looked at engaging with vendors to see how much they could also adopt some of the format. This was not that successful, I have to admit. So what we have is a couple of different representation. We have a tabular representation because this is a kind of, it was easier for people to interact with the tool, either with classic spreadsheet editors, but also to use classic libraries like Panda or Tidier to navigate the thing. But what I want us to keep in mind that the ISA model is actually a graph. The workflow of the experiments is actually represented in a table projection of a DAG into a table. And this has a number of aspects, which explains also the way the information needs to be collected and the overall structure that drives the data collection. And then we have the JSON representation, which again is more machine readable. So we are progressing along the machine readability and the fairness of the data as well, which adds an advantage compared to the tab. We can have a validation, a much tighter validation against the schema, a JSON schema, which defines the model, and a number of annotation as well. And also the format itself is actually quite popular for web developers, so it's easier to exchange this information between systems and convert that and have a presentation layer. Another aspect that we need to mention about ISA is that it's been quite popular and it has been adopted, and there is a very active community at the moment. And it's been a slow burner, I guess, a slow fuse, but now it seems to be growing and reaching more and more people, because basically what happens is that, as I indicated at the beginning, the experiments are actually multimodal, and there is a strong need to support this reality to be able to have one kind of generic framework that is sufficiently flexible and extensible to accommodate new techniques, but again, provide a kind of context and standard glue to connect all these components. So here we have a list of a number of resources that are actually relying on the ISA specification. So I mentioned the EMBL-EBI metabolite for metabolomics. In Europe, there is the FADERM-seq, which is an effort by Carl Goebel in Manchester, but also which has spread throughout Europe. We are collaborating with the Jackson Lab, so Jake Emerson and Abigail Miller, and also collaborating with the NASA Gene Lab for which actually uses the format and some of the tool with Dan Berrios, and they're moving also developing their own components. In Europe, we are mostly involved now with the Crossomics project, which actually have been using the specification and the API for powering some of these elements. But also we are currently part of a large European 20 million euros toxicogenomics project, which is called Precision Tox. And the metadata management will be dealing with the ISA components. And we will be handling all the deposition to the public repositories. More recently, the EMBL-EBI has also accepted the ISA specification format for deposition, and we will be talking more about this in the future. What was interesting as well is the community is starting to also develop their own parsers. This is an example of the tool developed by our German collaborators at IPK, who are actually doing large high throughput phenotyping, plant phenotyping. So they've got very, very large data sets and had to optimize the parsing. Also, the shape of the graph that was generated in this kind of experiments was also very, very flat. So there was no branching, but they had very large volumes. So they had to, in a way, develop this component to be a bit more efficient. And also coming from Germany, a more recent tool, this is still in plant biology, plant bioscience, is the data plan and the ARC component, which is particularly interesting because they used different format and different specification. There's a bit of concern, well, separation of concern. So they used ISA for capturing anything that is about the experimental setup, so the sample collection and acquisition of the raw data. And then everything that is related to the data processing and analytical work is done using the common workflow language and delegation, which is the best way to do. Obviously, ISA had a kind of a small component for reporting the data transformation, but I think this is the experience that we have after 10 years is definitely, it's better to leave that to the workflow tools that are really developed for that and connect that, reference for instance, the component workflow language instance from the ISA, like just any other protocol pointing to the relevant resource. Another aspect that is interesting in this project is that they are actually completely integrating the components with the GitHub infrastructure. So everything else is under version control. And they've also developed a Excel component with Microsoft Excel, basically to drive the annotation of the metadata from this tool with a specific ontology lookup component. So mimicking the information, well, the behavior and some of the components that we had into the ISA creator tool, but into the Microsoft well-known, well-established environment, which is, I think, a nice feature. So I invite you to have a look at this. Now, I would like to talk a bit about the practice that we had about the implementation of curation practice within the ISA configuration. ISA configurations are sets of basically schemas, XML, that define the tables in ISA tools, but they are also recognized by the Python parser and can be implemented forced against the JSON specification. But here I'd like to highlight that to show the extensibility of the format and the adoption by different communities, where each of this community, as Mark pointed out, could implement their information requirements. Also, the MyACME example, which is about information about cell migration assays, showed how this is done. But one of the main difficulty is to maintain the changes and evolution between these checklists. The evolution against the schemas that are of the target repositories. There is a bit of combinatorial explosion effect, which is very, very hard to control as new specifications arise, new ontology are developed constantly. So this is a cost that I think is a very important thing to bear in mind. The maintainability of all these mappings is an issue. And that's something that we keep an eye on. In terms of mapping and alignment, we are implementing a full configuration for the ISA document to be compatible with the deposition with the MBL EBI. We have a production-ready set of configurations which ensure that validation, if you load this configuration in the ISA component, you will be able to deposit to this repository. It also works with the control elements, which is also an extension on this. More recently, we have a set of configurations which are vetted by EMBL, EBI, ENA. So this is also an aspect that I would like to touch upon. Now, with the necessity or the cost of maintenance of all the conversion components, when you want to deposit to these repositories, and the need of constant crosstalk so that there is no breakdown of these components. Just illustrates here how we've managed from the ISA API, the mapping into SRA objects. We are moving away from the Jinja template that we had, but now delivering essentially a component. I will skip through that very quickly, but it's just a component here to map the ISA objects in memory directly to SRA objects, and then tapping into the serializer of SRA, which is much more efficient and should ensure that we have a much more easier framework for maintenance and development. Now, I will finish on a few things, but the recent improvement that we have made on the Python API, mostly a lot of refactoring to improve the performance, which we had issues with. But also developed a study design create mode. I think this is an important aspect because this has not been tapped into very much. We try to leverage the information about the study design to drive the creation of the metadata template. I think this is echoing kind of interesting work that was done at the OSF, the Open Science Foundation, and their pre-registration program. I think this is a really interesting initiative. Part of another development was the development of GraphQL interface to the document, which allows interrogation, standardized interrogation of the archives. And more recently, we have also mapping to the RDF, so serialization from ISA JSON to JSON LD by providing context files. And we have done this is community activity really, because we need a review. So we have a mapping of the JSON schemas to schema.org, Wikidata, Obo Foundry. This is and the semantic integrated ontology science by Michel Dumontier, but also the ISA term, our own model of the ISA element. So we have also extensive documentation in the form of a Jupyter book, sorry, which is also powered by Jupyter Notebooks. A lot of examples of how to run the API are documented there. And I think what is interesting is the kind of a bit echoing the mention of the interaction with CWL, with the project of NFDI for plant, for instance. We have explored more recently how to package ISA metadata, which is about the experimental metadata, with the raw data, the analytical workflows in CWL, the resulting data matrices structured in frictionless data package. And everything will be packaged as a research object crate. You can read more about these elements. So, and everything would be identified with a globus MIDIT. And a globus, you know, the system. And this is somehow providing a way to deliver fair data reusing existing standards. So try to limit or somehow promote reusability and interoperability by identifying for each of the domain the relevant standard to use or specification, technical specification to use. So just to keep the cost down as well, because we are, we all know the difficulty of maintaining the results and software. So I think the future work and the opportunities for cooperation are really about working with the community to define the curation practice, to understand the condition of exchange, to maintain these configurations or assay, configurations with mapping to community guidelines. But I think the main difficulty here is really the problem of combinatorial explosion of these mappings. So I think the future is probably more in as shown with the kind of transformer model, a more clever way to do these things. So I will stop with that thought, and just I want to acknowledge everyone here and the people that have and the EHS for the opportunity to present. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Philippe. So we can go into the question session now. If you do have questions, just put them into chat and I can read them off. I was very interested to hear the relationship between ISA and SEBS. I did not know about that, even though I work closely with Jennifer, but I came in later in the process, but I'm not terribly surprised about that. I have two questions I'd like to pose to both of you. The first question is, we have a number of people on the call today who are researchers who are filling out data management and sharing plans, and for who metadata is probably a fairly new thing for them to be capturing or thinking about, or at least to get to the level that the plans are looking for. I was wondering if you could each take a moment and address how you think researchers could best approach using the tools that you've talked about and applying them in their own work. So maybe I'll let Mark go first.
Okay. I think one of the things that is very clear to us is that standalone tools for metadata management are not going to be terribly effective unless they're tightly integrated with repositories. So one of our major challenges right now is to take CEDAR and to integrate it with repositories where the data will ultimately be stored. So for example, right now there's an initiative funded by NSF to take CEDAR and to integrate it with the Dryad generalist repository. That's in development right now, not quite available, and but very soon you'll be able to author metadata using CEDAR, have those data deposited directly into Dryad, and all do it as part of one stop. We're working with the Open Science framework to basically have the same kind of capability. And I think, frankly, what we really want to see are ecosystems of tools rather than standalone products that, frankly, don't work well with other environments.
Okay, thank you. That actually brings up my second question, but I'll give Philippe a chance to respond also.
Well, I think it's really depends as well on the kind of well, I guess for an EHS, it's an interesting use case because a lot of thing that is not exploited at the moment, I believe, is the experimental plan, and I think looking into better ways to capture that and make the most of this and move upstream to drive the templates creation and for the reporting would be a major improvement. So there is a huge amount of effort to do in bringing better tools. I think it's still the tools are wanting for making life of people in the lab and collecting data a bit easier. So maybe we need to have a better integration with software vendors as well, because I think this is an area which I've mentioned it. We didn't have much success, and this is a bit wanting. How those vendors and how funding agencies could put pressure to have vendors also to software vendor solution to implement open standards.
Okay, Thank you. I'll go into my second question first, and then we'll address one of the questions in the chat. Mark had brought it up, but the relationship with the repositories, I agree, is fairly critical, and I think we do need to see greater adoption of metadata formats and standards within repositories. So I was wondering if you had any advice, basically, to the audience and to NIEHS about how we promote that happening. And I will say that I was very, very glad to hear that there's a relationship with Dryad forming. One of our concerns is that the generalist repositories becomes a dumping ground for data that's not being well annotated under this data sharing plan. So I'm encouraged to hear that, but I also am wondering how we promote that more.
Well, as an investigator, you know, my answer to that question is always going to be NIH should fund it.
Yes.
But seriously, with NSF promoting the integration of CEDAR with Dryad, with OSF saying that they're interested in bringing CEDAR into their ecosystem using their own internal funding. Frankly, I think one of the things that the generalist repository initiative can do is to make suggestions or even to go beyond that and make requirements about having those generalist repositories integrate well with other tools that will facilitate data fairness. And so the idea of ensuring that we're not simply putting data up into repositories, but also doing so in a way which annotates the data using the appropriate standards, I think is in everybody's interest.
Philippe, did you have any thoughts on that line?
No, I would agree with Mark. I think these are good points.
Okay. We had one question for Mark. Where do people report issues or new features, enhancements for CEDAR?
Yeah, we have a website for CEDAR, which is metadatacenter.org. And I confess that since COVID, it has not been as maintained as well as we would like. But you can find there the email list to send comments to report bugs. And obviously, you can send direct information directly to me if necessary.
Okay. Then Catherine had a question. I'll read it out. The first presenter showed an example of how to enter metadata for one specific biosample from one individual. We are contemplating sharing longitudinal data collected from over 600 people over 10 years. Are there templates that allow for cataloging of much larger data sets? Entering data one participant by a time would not be feasible.
Yeah, absolutely. In fact, we are working closely with one of the Common Fund initiatives called HubMap, which is collecting data on assays, where we're talking about scores of assays on scores of cells. And one of the things that we're developing right now is a mechanism to do bulk upload of metadata into CEDAR via spreadsheets, and then have additional technology, which I hadn't talked about today, that would allow us to validate the spreadsheet-based metadata to make sure that they're still adherent to the right standards. So yeah, we recognize that the one-off approach is great for a simple laboratory experiment, but there are lots of examples where we want to be able to do things with much more scalability.
Yeah, thank you. I'll note Paul Whaley just put in a posting about a paper on tooling for facilitating the creation of fair data via study protocol templates. If you're interested, he put a link in the chat. And then Michelle Heacock had a question. Because NIH recommends domain-specific repositories, and those repositories don't capture all the metadata, what does a researcher do? Do they deposit a metadata package into a generalist repository that's connected to the data in the domain-specific repository, or what would be the alternatives? And I just noticed that Michelle sent that directly to me, but it's a relevant question that I think is one that we've had in our minds too. If either of you have a thought on that, we'd welcome it.
I'm going to confess, I was reading the questions in the chat, so I missed the question, Charles.
It went directly to me. I didn't realize that, but essentially the question, we've been wondering this for a while. People are going to submit data to domain specific repositories that don't capture all the metadata that they might want to actually capture with the experiment. So where do they submit that metadata? Do they put that in a generalist repository and then link to the domain specific repository, or what?
That's a great question. We have, for example, worked closely with groups that have wanted to use CEDAR to submit data to some of the NCBI repositories. And in all those cases, there have always been opportunities to have additional fields or comments that are not part of their standard data dictionary. So they've sort of worked around it that way. I agree, though, there are a lot of specialist repositories that are restrictive in terms of the metadata that they admit. And then it really becomes a question of what do you do with that? You would much actually rather have the repository allow more flexibility than to have to put additional metadata in some other source. And so my preference would be to work with the repository rather than to have secondary storage of metadata. But I agree, more metadata is always better than less metadata. And so either of those options make sense to me.
Okay,
Yeah, I think yes, there are options. I mean, they can also make data packages that can be deposited in other repositories, even generic repositories. But if you follow the same practice, generic principles, and you can still, I believe, structure the information in a way that machine readable and still distribute that and connect and cross-link. And this is where I guess the moving towards linked data will help extremely this connectivity. And the interesting bit would be to see how the big repository respond to this request and the ability to connect the data a bit more.
Yeah, thank you. Christom from EPA noted some issues about importing templates, but basically asked the question, is there a standard, and this kind of goes back to what Mark had mentioned, but is there a standard that can be established for exchanging templates between different tools?
And the answer is, this is an area that is ripe for standardization. In the case of CEDAR, our templates are all represented in JSON, which is widely used representations. ISA uses the same, or can. And we're in a situation where we really want a variety of tools to be able to use that same standard. So, for example, we at Stanford have been using CEDAR for a number of years, but we're building other tools that can process CEDAR templates. And we're not claiming that we have the standard ready to go, but the idea of having things in a standard representation like JSON in a format that is easy to parse will make it possible, ultimately, I think, to be able to represent metadata in a form where we can pass it around among a variety of tools that can help us author metadata, validate metadata, and use metadata to help retrieve information on the web. So I think the motivation behind the question is really a good one, because ultimately we're not interested in one-off tools, but whole ecosystems.
Okay, moving on to the next question from Thomas Hampton. He found that sometimes sample annotations are completed but not interpretable in the context of a published report. And so the question really comes down to, should we require that published metadata be sufficient to reproduce fundamental conclusions?
Can I just say yes? I think there's a real challenge, because right now, in the absence of a mechanism to enforce community standards, most metadata that are out there are terrible. And we need an opportunity to encourage people to do a good job so that their publications can stand alone, but also so that their metadata can stand alone. Because frankly, as the method sections of papers get smaller and smaller and information gets more and more sparse, you want to be able to turn to some source where the information is going to be available to allow reproducibility. And I think that's going to be the repository where the data are stored.
I guess we could see also a number of tests that could be run on those metadata format to check the quality, and there are a number of experiments that have been run already that show when things are falling apart. And this is part of the integration test, I would say, data integration test and reusability test that still is challenging the fair principles. We have to have demonstrated metrics of reuse and interoperability beyond the claims.
Okay, Paul Willey noted that EFSA is doing work on data exchange standards with companies such as Distiller. Ransnell had a question about, as a creator, no longer being supported, does the ISA team have plans to replace it with other tools?
Yes, that's right. And this is what I mentioned, this effort coming from Germany, from the NFDI plant. The group has developed an interface which basically is integrated to Excel, for instance, which I think, owing to the ubiquity of the software, is also a nice move. So that's one. And the other one is that we are currently developing new components, but they are still on the wraps. This is part of this precision talks project I mentioned, where we will be having, we are managing 25,000 samples. And this is, again, going back to the question that was asked earlier on, kind of how to scale up for large projects. So we are connecting to, in the UK, to at the Birmingham University with the Phenome centers and to have these pipelines established.
Okay, thank you. If anyone has a last question, please submit it. I'll give you a minute, and if not, we'll go into break a couple minutes early. Okay, there's a question in terms of data management plans and determining what metadata should be made available. What should be done for small data sets for which there is no established electronic repository?
Well, I think that's where the NIH Generalist Repository Initiative comes in. I think there are lots of places that would be happy to accept data that are small and perhaps not easy to categorize.
Okay, well, I'd like to say thank you for both Mark and Philippe for coming here today and talking with us, presenting their work and answering questions. We'll go ahead and I'll go ahead and turn it over to Stephanie, and she can guide you on next steps. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mark and Philippe and Charles. So we're going to go ahead, and we're 2 minutes ahead. Wow. We'll go ahead and do an early break. As mentioned before, we will actually be doing a mural session, practice training tutorial, and or it's also time for those of you who are already familiar with mural to go ahead and begin populating either one or both of the mural boards. So I will pass it over to Tamara, and she will guide you through the mural session. And for those of you who are off taking a break, please be back at 1:30. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone, from break. I hope you got your requisite fuel to get us through the rest of the afternoon. Lots ahead. So I'm going to be turning it over to Anna Maria Maskey now, who will be moderating the next few sessions. And Anna Maria is an ontologist here at the NIEHS Office of Data Science. Anna Maria, all yours.
Yes, hi. Thanks, Stephanie. And we are starting now on the second part of the workshop today. And this second part is divided. We have 3 presentations, and they are all on particularly focused on standards. And I'm really happy to start presenting the first speaker, that is friend and colleague James Overton. And James is an open source software and ontology developer, and he specializes in data integration for open science database. and he's a member of the Obo Foundry Technical Working Group. And he has built and maintains tools and infrastructure for open community on more than 200 scientific ontology projects. And is the president of the Notion Inc. And he and his team has been helping scientific database team, in particular Athena EHS, NIAD, EBI, university, and other institutions to use ontology to integrate, validate, and analyze and share fair data. So I'm really happy to give the floor to James for this first presentation of the afternoon. And I just want to remember everybody to put the question in the chat. Thank you. The floor is yours.
All right, can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Everything was working great until 5 minutes before, and then I got all sorts of Zoom troubles. I am hoping that everything is going to keep working okay. All right. Yeah, thank you very much for that introduction, and thank you very much for the invitation today. I'm going to be talking about standard terminologies and a bunch of different things associated with those. And yeah, the two earlier talks today were a great introduction, and the talks last week were a really great introduction to how standards are important and how you can use them. All right, let's see. Here we go. Yeah, so just like Anna Maria said, I'm an open source software and ontology developer, and I contribute to lots of OBO things. I run a small consultancy based in Toronto for scientific databases. I'm not any kind of NIH employee, and so these are all my views about how to do things. And today we're talking, in this session, we're talking about element 3 of the DMS plan, which you can see at that link, which is about standards. So in your DMS plan, you're required to give an indication of what standards will be applied to the scientific data and associated metadata. And while many fields have developed and adopted common data standards, others have not, in which case you may say that there's no such standards and try and, well, I don't know, form your own or make connections to other existing things. I'm going to talk about standards that do exist, and then in the talks later this afternoon, we'll have some discussion about when you don't have an existing standard, what you can do about that. And yeah, so here's an outline of this afternoon. Here's like me and two of my colleagues in the OBO community. I'm going to be talking about standard terminology, giving a bit of an introduction to ontologies, how they work, and then ontology browsers, and specifically OBO ontologies, which is my real specialty. And Nicole will give a tutorial on finding and requesting terms, assessing ontologies for use, using the terms, and then requesting new terms and changes to existing terms. And then Sierra is going to talk about, what if standards don't exist, how you can use existing ontologies to build new data standards and standardize your data, and then some stuff on integrating ontology data using your ontologies. So we really hope that we'll cover a whole bunch of really interesting and important topics related to your DMS work this afternoon. So standard terminology, what is a standard? I'm not even going to try to define what a standard could be, but in those DMS instructions, they mention data formats, data dictionaries, data identifiers, definitions, unique identifiers, other data documentation. I'll just mention a few other things that I thought of, off the top of my head. Units of measurement. You wouldn't even think about writing down measurements without specifying the units that they're in. And Mark gave a good talk about minimal information standards. There's lots of those out there today. And we had a talk last time about common data elements. It's also kind of data models, data markup languages, lots of different things working at all sorts of different levels. And so I'm not going to try to give a definition of what that means, but I'm going to propose here that the core value of these standards is in the community consensus on what they're talking about. So the breadth of consensus, how many different groups are using it, the depth, the degree to which they're using it, and also the detail that the standard gets into. And I'm a technical person. I work on tools and infrastructure, and I care a lot about those kinds of details. But really, it's the consensus building that has been the hard part and the really valuable part of all the ontology work that I've done over the last 15 years. And I'm going to be talking specifically about standard terminology, and we'll get more about standard formats later in the afternoon. And why use these standards? Well, we're here today because NIH is giving a mandate to use these standards, but that's building upon, the FAIR principles, which have a lot of momentum behind them in the science community, open science community, especially the interoperable and reusable parts of those standards, the FAIR principles. You're going to submit to journals and databases, and they're going to require you to use examples. And then we had lots of use standards. And there's lots of examples from the workshop day one and earlier today about why you should be using them. I think it really all boils down to clear communication, and clear communication between humans with your collaborators, other scientists in the world, other researchers, the public, clear communication just between people, and also clear communication with machines and mediated through machines, databases, file formats that are moving around. But I think that's kind of the core of it. So clear communication and then consensus on what we mean. And Mark gave an example of the different ways you could write down age in years. Here's a facetious example that I got through David Asumi Sutherland, which I enjoy. And then when to use these standards? Well, I really think you should be using them early and as often as possible. So the main change with these TMS plans is that they're going to be required from the beginning. And NIH is really encouraging you as researchers to be thinking about these things from the beginning. I think that's super valuable. But at the kind of end point of your study, when you're submitting to repositories, databases, journals, they're all going to require some standards for submission. And eventually, they may curate your data, and they may curate it with or without you. I work with curators all the time. They are wonderful and unsung heroes of data, open science, but they can make mistakes. And when curators want to come back and clarify things with you, they can have trouble. Details are going to get forgotten. Curation takes time. They have long work logs, backlogs, and especially the key people who you're working with on these projects tend to move on to new projects. A lot of the people who know the data best are your PhD students and postdocs who are changing positions pretty quickly at the early parts of their career. And so your data is going to get curated according to some standards, like with or without you in many cases. And so with you is better. And using standards from the start, makes everything easier down the road. But really, I think this hasn't been emphasized enough. It lets you take advantage of the standards to do better consistency of data entry, better data integration with your own work and your own labs, your own series of projects over many years, because your studies aren't done in isolation. And also lets you use the standards like terminology standards, ontologies, to do better data analysis. And that's just a big win for you. So it's not all altruistic. And how to use the standard terminology. So you've probably seen this kind of thing before if you've seen anything about ontologies, but there's kind of different ways and levels to which standard terminology can be used. Controlled vocabularies are kind of the simplest form. Data dictionaries, taxonomies, and ontologies are the richest single form. And I'm going to emphasize communities of ontologies today, another level on top of that. And each one of these levels has kind of increased benefits for standardization of your terminology, scalability, search analysis. But the truth is, they do have increased costs to build and maintain, and also just to learn how to use these things. And so keep that in mind. Often you'll want to use kind of the simplest thing for the case that you've got in hand. But there's kind of a tip / spoiler is that at any one of these levels, you can kind of circle back and use existing ontology terms. So you can pick and choose from an existing ontology and put some terms into your controlled vocabulary. It'll be better for that. You can pick and choose terms from your ontology, put it into your data dictionary. It'll be better for that. You can take a chunk of an ontology and simplify it into a simple tree for a taxonomy, and your taxonomy will be better for that. So that's a bit of a spoiler. All right, I'm gonna just make a quick sidebar on this slide about persistent identifiers. So that's a key part of FAIR, definable, accessible part. If you're dealing with terminology, words in natural language can be ambiguous. The same string of characters can be used to mean many different things. And so we tend to use machine recognizable, machine readable identifiers for these things, persistent identifiers. And any of these types of standard terminology can benefit from that kind of thing. I am a particular fan of URLs or web addresses as persistent identifiers. One of the key things about them is that they combine like a global namespace, which is the domain name part, with a local namespace, which you can control for your project. And so that kind of mix of global and local means that you can have any number of identifiers that resolve to pages you can find on the web in a standard way. And a couple of the FAIR principles are talking specifically about this kind of thing. You can use persistent identifiers with any of these controlled vocabularies, but ontologies using the web ontology language. This is just fundamental. They don't work without these persistent identifiers. And so they're kind of built in, baked in. And here's an example. I'll talk a bit more about Uberon, which is a cross-species anatomy ontology in the OBO community. And here's just an example term, and then the persistent identifier for that term. If you follow this link, you'll get to a page in an ontology browser that tells you more about this term and links to other things in human readable and machine readable formats. All right, back to kind of different types of standardized terminologies you might want. Controlled vocabulary is really the simplest kind. You just have a list of allowed terms. And this is often part of a CDE or a metadata standard. And I have my example on the right-hand side here. And the pro is, this helps standardize data entry. This is a big step forward over a free text field, like my feces example or Mark's age example. And it's really easy to implement a controlled vocabulary in code or in a database as an enumeration. The con is you get a risk of misunderstanding if you don't have definitions for these terms. Humans can easily misunderstand them. There's a risk of duplication where you have multiple synonyms for the same thing. Without definitions, it's hard to tell them apart. And you have mixed levels of generality. For example, this list includes adipose tissue, but also subcutaneous adipose tissue. And it would be really better to organize this list into more of a tree or hierarchy and take advantage of those multiple levels, generality, specificity. All right, we also have data dictionaries. It's where you take a list of terms and then you start adding textual definitions, example synonyms, cross-references, maybe images. And this is a big step forward from a controlled vocabulary list. It helps humans understand your terminology, learn more about it. If they don't already know what the word means, they can look it up and learn more about it. The con is still that you have a risk of duplication and overlap without logical definitions that would help a computer kind of pull these things apart and distinguish them. But data dictionaries are already a big step up. And here's a data dictionary where I'm using an ontology term. So I've already made that connection back to Uberon. And then taxonomies are the next logical step, where you start organizing your terms into a tree. And taxonomies have only a single relation or a single axis of classification, as we usually call it. But this is really powerful. It lets you do hierarchical queries where controlled vocabularies or data dictionaries aren't going to let you do that. So for example, if you query for the word or for the ontology term tissue, you could get all these different kinds of tissues. Whereas if you queried for just the string tissue, you're going to get a few of these, but you're not going to get these ones because they don't match the string tissue. The main downside of a taxonomy is over time, there's a major risk of overloading this one relation that you have with multiple different meanings. We see it all the time. So they usually start out as a kind of is-a subclass relation, but then part of relations and instance member of relations tend to sneak in. And once your one relation gets overloaded with multiple meanings, machines will have a really hard time working with this from then on. All right, and so we come to ontologies, which are combining the best of all these things and taking it a step further. So we have term annotations, such as label, synonyms, definitions, examples. We can have multiple languages. We have metadata about the terms, like who edited it, where the tracker issue came from, deprecation notices, replacement terms. We can have cross-references to similar terms in other ontologies, databases, and standards, images, all sorts of different annotations. So all the richness that you have in an excellent data dictionary and built-in support for multiple languages and stuff. And then on the other hand, ontologies are kind of defined by their use of logical axioms. Instead of having a single taxonomic hierarchy, a single tree, you have a set of axioms that are define many different relations between terms, allowing you to have multiple axes of classification. And that lets you build and maintain a complex network of terms and ensure consistency of these things as your terminology scales. And so you can use an automated reasoner to check that none of your logical axioms are redundant, that they are consistent, they don't contain contradictions. And this is just a huge help in scaling your ontologies until they get to millions and millions of terms, which our biomedical ontologies do have these days. And here's just an example on the right-hand side where we have the subclass hierarchy gets us down to tissue and subcutaneous adipose tissue. But this is a part relation saying that subcutaneous adipose tissue is part of a hypodermis. And then if you actually look up this term in one of the ontology browsers, you'll see that there's many, many more relations like this. It's actually quite a big and complicated tree diagram that you get once you're adding in multiple relations along multiple axes. And the pro is really, you know, all these things, this rich structure. But the con is, of course, a steeper learning curve for this stuff, and they are more expensive to build and maintain. And then I want to add another layer on top of this, which is an ontology community. So a community of interoperable ontologies with a set of shared best practices, methods, and tools, division of labor between experts in different subdomains. You don't expect, you know, any single person to be an expert in all of biology and medicine, not anymore. And so let's divide it up and find the experts and get them to build each little piece, connect the pieces together. These communities can also benefit from shared infrastructure. And when you're working with them on your project, you can combine subsets from multiple different ontologies into your project because they've been built to be interoperable from the start. And so you end up with a community that has standards for building community standards that help your standards interoperate with each other and form a larger whole. It's greater than the sum of the parts. And the pro is you have a really broad scope to build things that you need and many examples to learn from. And of course, as it gets bigger, there's a lot to learn. And as the community gets bigger, you have many different kind of interests and people trying to do different things in different ways. And of course, that leads to different kinds of conflicts, but also just like strong creative tensions that help people find good compromises and build a really kind of rich consensus. So there's a glass half empty and a glass half full way of talking about these kinds of things. And then on the right, I have my example. So we were talking about subcutaneous adipose tissue. So that's in an anatomy ontology. We can also have our like taxonomy of our species and specify that we're talking about human subcutaneous adipose tissue. We can have a cell ontology and say that it's made up of fat cells. A chemistry ontology to say that it's made up of or involves lipids, and a biological process ontology to talk about positive regulation of adipose tissue development. We can have ontologies for genes and databases for genes and connect all these things up into a really rich system that lets you, take a phenomenon and talk about it in lots of different ways. And also this richness lets you connect your data, your information to other groups that want to talk about things in different ways. People who are experts in, different connected domains, fields of science. So you're an expert in the anatomy, they're experts in cells, but you're still talking all in the same language. And you can build these long chains of connections between all these different things. That really is kind of the holy grail. All right, what does it take to build an ontology or build an ontology community? Well, a lot. And so the first advice is don't build a new ontology from scratch. I'm proposing here that the core value comes from a community consensus. Breadth, depth, detail. Consensus is it's just really hard to build, and it just takes a really, really long time, way longer than you'd ever think. And because it's a matter of like talking to humans, coordinating with them on their difficult schedules, finding out what they need, what their goals are, and understanding and empathizing with them, finding something that'll work for everybody. It takes forever. But that's the value. I could come along tomorrow and I could take an existing ontology that I know well, like the ontology for biomedical investigations. I could rewrite it in the way that I think it should be. But if no one else agrees with me and no one else is using it, then well, what good was that? That was a waste of time. The ontologies as technical artifacts are difficult and expensive to build, but aside from that, they are really difficult and expensive to maintain. So you do not want to be building a new ontology from scratch if you can help it. So what you want to be doing instead is you want to be finding suitable ontologies out there, and you don't have to limit yourself to just one, and you want to learn how to use them, and you want to contribute fixes and new terms that suit your particular project. And you want to, usually a project like a given database or a study investigation will build itself an application ontology for their specific project, for their specific application that draws in a number of existing sources, existing ontologies that we sometimes call reference ontologies. And so you don't build a new ontology from scratch. Instead, you should be assembling new ontology from existing pieces. And if there are any remaining gaps, okay, fill in those remaining gaps, try and get those terms pushed to better upstream sources that they can get shared and reused. But that's the key lesson I want to drive home. There are lots of excellent ontologies out there. Try your best to use them. Try your best to reuse them. If there's absolutely no alternative, which I think is doubtful these days with so many high quality projects out there, you just have to walk into it with your eyes open that you need, if you want this to work, you're talking about a decade of your career at the very least. And you need to pick a well-defined scope. You need to build a community of experts in your domain. You should probably join a community of other ontology projects so you can benefit from their tools and infrastructure and best practices. You need to climb a really steep learning curve dealing with the technology, but also kind of the socio-politics of standards building and maintenance. You should be using these standard tools and best practices. You should be using a standard logic such as OWL. You should be using existing ontology browsers or more than one. So yeah, the projects out there that are already doing these things, they've already done the work. Try and benefit from the work that they've done. And they really do want you to contribute back. They want you to be part of this community. It's just like, there's kind of a free lunch to be had in here. Maybe not completely free, but I often use the metaphor of kind of stone soup. Everyone contributes a little bit, and then we all benefit from the shared result. All right, I was asked to talk about ontology browsers. I'm going to start by talking about something that's not quite an ontology browser, but this is the context of NIH work. And NIH has the National Library of Medicine, which has all sorts of amazing resources, including UMLS, terminology services, the Metathesaurus, Mesh, all sorts of amazing things. This tends to be focused more on the medicine side of things. My career has been focused more on the biology side of things. But nevertheless, I couldn't give a presentation like this without pointing to NLM and saying what a comprehensive and powerful resource it is. And Mark Meeson talked earlier about BioPortal. He did a much better introduction than I could do. And BioPortal, he said that BioPortal is the most open, and I would agree. It's got the largest collection of ontologies for biology, medicine, and more. He had, I think, a slightly older screenshot, and when I checked the other day, there were more than 1,000 ontologies in BioPortal and more than 14 million classes or terms, standard terms to be used. And BioPortal provides a whole bunch of valuable things for an ontology project, such as the persistent identifiers that I talked about and hosting of published files. BioPortal provides a whole bunch of services for annotation, mapping, recommendation, other things that are generally accessible through APIs, making them programmable and easier to integrate into your workflows. BioPortal is part of this larger OntoPortal Alliance, which is a developer community working on these tools and applying and building portals for other domains, connected domains. And to be listed in BioPortal, my understanding is you just need to get yourself a free registration and you submit your ontology. And I'm told that there are private hosting options and you have the option to host your own OntoPortal instance. So it really is a very powerful and flexible platform for dealing with ontologies. Yep. BioPortal is the biggest, but there's several other ontology browsers out there that are worth mentioning. The ontology lookup service from the Spot group at EMBL EBI is another excellent tool. It has 280 ontologies last I checked, with more than 7 million terms. It also has various services and APIs for annotation, mapping, recommendation, etc. And there's an option to host your own OLS instance in a Docker container. I have done that before for clients. Being listed in OLS is not just as simple as getting a login and uploading your project. My understanding is you request inclusion by the issue tracker, but OLS includes kind of a subset of ontologies that I use the most, and it's probably the service that I use the most these days. OnToBe is one of the older kind of mature products that's been around for a very long time, with very close support for the OBO community that we really appreciate. And it's got about 259 ontologies, mostly from OBO, also about 7 million terms. And I think to be listed, you need to talk to the Hay Group at the University of Michigan Medical School. And just to kind of round things out, the fairsharing.org, that website includes many different standards, including many different ontologies along with that. And I believe that you just need to register and submit your resource to be listed there. They don't host ontology projects. They just kind of amalgamate these things and connect them up together. And I'm going to spend most of my time talking about the OBO Foundry, which is what I know best. The OBO Foundry.org is not an ontology browser, but it's a listing of our 200 plus ontologies committed to our set of OBO principles that I'll be talking about more in a minute. And it is a much more onerous process to get listed in obofoundry.org. You need to submit an ontology, pass our automated test suite, pass a manual review that says that you're following the principles and best practices. And so there is, that's difficult, but if you can pass those requirements, then you and your users can be assured that there is a level of interoperability and integration with other OBO projects. All right, so I'm going to turn to talking about open bioontologies. I've been involved in this community for about 15 years. It's been running since about 2006. Started with just a dozen projects, and especially kind of growing out of the gene ontology and its community of related ontology projects. And it's gotten a lot of momentum. We're up over 200 and growing to this day. There's a set of principles and best practices for integration and harmonization of all these things. We have a set of community tools and infrastructure that I played quite a large role in building and maintaining, and I continue to do that. And yeah, it really is an open source community where we try and learn as much as we can and benefit as much as we can from the open source movement, and yeah, an open kind of collaborative peer-to-peer organization. So OBO covers many different domains. It is called, well, we now kind of call it the open biontologies. Originally, it's kind of open biological and biomedical ontologies, but the scope has kind of continued to grow as more people want to be involved in related fields and connect up to OBO. So it does definitely include lots of things on anatomy and development, also health, lots of stuff on phenotypes, investigations, larger environment, which of course pushes our scope way beyond just biology, chemistry and biochemistry, pushing in the other direction, agriculture, diet, food. And then we also need to be able to talk about biological, biomedical investigations. And so there's a bunch of work on information technology, information simulations, studies. So OBO does cover quite a broad range of domains at this point. We don't cover things like physics and engineering so well. And there are some things in the social sciences, those connections can be a bit harder to build. But yeah, it's big and quite broad. And this is just a wall of text to impress upon you how many different ontologies we have here with all their acronyms. And this is a thumbnail, probably only half correct, history of OBO. And so a lot of this was before my time. I was in high school in the 90s, but in the 90s, we had a set of different model organism databases with growing data sets that wanted to talk to each other. about gene function phenotypes across species. The gene ontology really brought all these things together and has been a huge success, and really formed the nucleus of the OBO community. 2005, we had the relation ontology paper starting to define the kind of high-level relations that connect together terms in OBO. In 2007, we had the main OBO Foundry paper, kind of announcing the project to the world. And 2015 was a big year for me personally. Robot is a command line tool and library that we use to automate a lot of ontology workflows. Until then, we had done a lot of work kind of manually in Protege, which is an excellent tool, which we do really appreciate. But especially in the last decade, we've been trying to take best practices and tools and platforms from open source software development, which includes automated testing, continuous integration, major version control repositories, workflows around those things, issue management, pull requests on GitHub. And we've really made some major strides in the size of ontologies that we could support, the quality that we could deliver. And Robot was a fundamental tool in that. It's an open source, freely available tool, building on giants like the OWL API and Apache Jena, and just providing library of operations and command line commands that you can use to build an ontology, check it, and also build your application ontology and check it. And the ontology development kit is one more layer above Robot, building on some of the fundamental pieces in Robot to provide comprehensive workflows and standardization for ontology development. These are both focused on OBO, developed by OBO people, but not limited to OBO. So you can use Robot or the ODK on any kind of OWL web ontology language ontology project that you would like to use it on. That year, we also moved our OBO registry to a powerful new site with better metadata support and validation. And we migrated to our own Perl system, which I was responsible for, and which has been working quite well to this day. And so all of these tools demonstrate kind of a level of maturity in the OBO environment where we knew what we needed to do, and we started building tools on existing best-in-class platforms to just kind of customize things, and also to make things easier for our developers. We just kind of hit critical mass, I'd say, in that year. In 2019, we introduced the OBO dashboard, which is a series of like quality checks, just like a big grid of check boxes for all the different OBO principles and best practices, so that you can assess your ontology automatically along all these different axes. In 2021, a group including Nicole and me and some of our friends, we had a project to bring a documentation platform online, which we call the OBO Academy, where we are trying to push all of our docs into a really central and reusable location. And last year, we updated our website to which was starting to kind of be less useful with once we have 200 plus ontologies over a whole bunch of different domains, make it more easily searchable. And eventually we're going to integrate the dashboard and OBO Academy stuff more closely into our main website. The OBO principles, I'm just going to discuss briefly. The first one is openness. Our OBO ontologies all have an open source license. Most of them use either Creative Commons BY license for attribution, or a CC0 license, public domain license. And by providing open licenses for all our work, we make it easy to use and reuse and rebuild all on our work in a very open and collaborative way. And I also think in just a global way without price restrictions but just and also just standardizing on a couple of basic licenses means you don't need a lawyer to figure out what you're allowed to do and what you're allowed to use. We have a common file format, which is the web ontology language. We have our common persistent identifier space, dividing that up among all the projects. We have very important rules for versioning, which say that you are all of the previous published versions of your ontology are to be maintained indefinitely into the future. All of the terms that you have are allowed to be deprecated, but they should not be deleted. And so we have a very strong commitment to legacy data, and making sure that data that you annotated with OBO stuff 10 years ago or even up on 20 years ago will still work today. You'll still be able to find those terms. They may not be the latest, they may not be the most up to date, but you will be able to see exactly the way it was annotated in the past. And that's just absolutely crucial. We have a principle about scope to try and build orthogonality and division of labor into the community. We require textual definitions for terms as much as possible or as much as feasible. But this is important because we're not just talking about machine readable formats. Everything needs to be human readable too. We have a principle about relations and reusing a core set of relations, again, to drive interoperability. We have principles about documentation. We have principles, a principle about plurality of users so that an ontology project is not dominated by, a single group to the exclusion of all others. Science is a collaborative process. And so we require that our projects collaborate. And that's the next principle as well, commitment to collaboration. We have a rule about a locus of authority. So there is at least one person who's responsible for dealing with this kind of communication, making sure stuff gets done. They don't have to do everything, but there's one person who the buck stops with them. They can delegate. We have rules about naming conventions for our terms. We have rules about ongoing maintenance of your ontologies. So this is a lot. But we, at the same time, we give you free open source tools to make it easy to do this. And that's the principles for kind of the original vision of how integration would be driven. And then over the last decade, we provide these free open source, high quality tools that make it easy to do the right thing, make it easy to follow these principles in the right way. And so that's my belief that that's the right way to drive integration by making the right thing the easy thing. All right. And I just want to mention DMS plan element 2 related to software and code. To an extent, an ontology is a software artifact. And in this other element of the DMS plan, they talk about, an indication of whether you need specialized tools to access and manipulate shared scientific data, support replication reuse, and name the tools and the software. And if applicable, specify how you can access those tools. And the first thing is open source and freely available. And then it also says generally available for a fee or only available from the research team. Seems clear to me that that first one is preferable and your DMS will get better, better score, better assessment if you're using open source and freely available software and formats. And then the other side of it is whether such tools are likely to remain available for as long as scientific data remain available. I believe that if you're committed to open ontology projects like the ones I've been talking about, you're going to score better in this department than if you just come up with your own standard and your team, the postdoc who wrote it is going to move on to another lab next year. All right, we have a range of different OBO best practices. I'm not going to go into detail on these, but we do have an OBO registry of metadata, which drives our website and drives our dashboard. And we've had one particular contributor who has worked hard tirelessly to improve the quality of our metadata in that registry over the last couple of years. It's extremely high quality now. And we have our Perl system, which I mentioned, to handle our persistent identifiers. Yeah, these are all community tools and community infrastructure that we share and kind of you can use for no cost. Robot, I talked about already. ODK, I talked about already. The dashboard, I talked about as a form of quality control, and just increasing the visibility for your project of how well you're conforming to all the best practices and principles that we have. And yeah, the OBO Academy, shared documentation and training materials. Again, another kind of stone soup project where a whole bunch of people are contributing high quality documentation. Then you get to reuse the documentation. And for example, about half my slides came directly from there. So that made building my presentation much easier. And I'm going to contribute this back to the OBO Academy when I'm done, as soon as I have time. And the OBO community has two main ways that you can talk to us. There's the OBO Discuss mailing list. And then there's also an OBO community Slack that's free to join and quite active. I'll just mention that OBO is guided by an operations committee, set of volunteers divided up into the editorial working group, technical working group, of which I'm a part. And then we've had outreach working groups, although honestly, everyone's responsible for outreach. This is kind of one of my outreach tasks for the year. I'm going to count this presentation. All right, and then I was also asked to talk about specific ontologies, which I'm going to do briefly. This is really quite a biased and incomplete sampling, but I want to give you a taste of what's out there in OBO and how you could go about using it. Or, we have many different researchers here on the call today from, different domains and subdomains. I want to try and give you a sampling of what's out there so that you can start learning more about OBO. So OBO has a couple different upper level ontologies that we use to coordinate things. The relation ontology is the oldest of these, and it defines relations or OWL object properties that are used to connect different classes. There's a small core of very general relations, and then a larger set of relations specific to different domains of biology and medicine, such as connectedness relationships in anatomy, or development relationships in developmental biology, and ecology relationships, stuff from neurology, lots of things. More recently, we've developed this core ontology for biology and biomedicine, which is going to provide the upper level classes and connect to other upper level ontologies, such as the basic formal ontology. And the goal is to try and give tools to support that scope principle and kind of allow for all the different OBO projects to have kind of a root class at the top of their ontology that would fit into this shared COB model. And then coordination of those kind of root classes would be pushed to the community in the sense that an individual project couldn't make radical changes to their root terms without discussing it more with the community, because those root terms would be exactly what we'd want to be kind of standardizing on, coordinating on. COB is relatively new. And then we also have a metadata ontology with a set of annotation properties that we're using to try and drive metadata convergence. That's also, well, all of these things are hard to do, but to some extent, the pain that we have is a measure of success. Nobody would care about problems in the relation ontology or COB or OMO if they weren't using it. And if they weren't using it to try and connect to other ontology projects. So it's once you start integrating different ontologies that you start to notice the problems, and you need to, basically, you recognize the need for consensus to build consensus and come together. And so these are kind of some smallish ontologies that are the strongest points of consensus in the OBO community. And then I want to emphasize that OBO works at many different scales. I gave the example earlier about the subcutaneous adipose tissue, but we have levels such as the chemical level with molecules, proteins, specifically the gene ontology talking about biological processes, cellular components, molecular functions. We have the cell ontology, and then cells building up into tissues, and the Uberon anatomy ontology, which is a cross-species anatomy ontology and allows coordination across many different specific model organism anatomy ontologies, such as ZFIN that Anne was talking about in the previous day of this workshop. And then we have this little ontology for populations and communities. And then we have the large environment ontology, which builds on top of these things and connects all these different things into environments, natural and also man-made. And then we have several different ontologies for dealing with phenotypes and diseases. The Pato ontology has kind of general characteristics, and in some sense, that's kind of another upper level ontology that we use to coordinate. And then we have the human phenotype ontology, phenotype ontologies for various different species. We have the Mondo disease ontology that Kevin talked about in the previous day of this workshop, the human disease ontology. And then several, species-specific phenotype ontologies, disease-specific ontologies that break these larger domains down into smaller pieces so that we can coordinate on them. And we also have ontologies for scientific investigations. The ontology for biomedical investigations is how I got into the OBO community, and it's an ontology for describing your studies and trying to get clear on what we mean when we're talking about doing a particular assay, processing data in a particular way. There's the environmental conditions, treatments, and exposures ontology that could be quite relevant to people here on this call. There's an ontology for biobanking. There's an information artifact ontology to talk about whatever documents, databases, and that kind of thing. And then there's more ontologies for different specific domains of investigation. So again, that's just a sampling, just a taste, and it's biased towards the ontology that I know best. But there's a lot in OBO, and I hope that you'll be able to find things that you want. I want to give a shout out to a project at EHS that I'm involved in on an ongoing basis, which is this TTT data dictionary. And this grew out of the chemical effects on biological systems database at NTP. I was happy that Philippe mentioned it earlier in his talk. And so we're in the process of developing a data dictionary listing all the different terms found in the past 40 years of work at the NTP. And these this has been published and it is a data dictionary, but it's also already linked to many different OBO terms. And we plan to take those lists and turn them into an application ontology that benefits from the different axioms, logical axioms, and other things that I talked about earlier. And so there's a link to that and an example of a category such as flame retardants, and then you'd be able to find data sets related to that. All right, wrapping up, the upshot that I would like you to take home from my talk is really, I believe that the core value of standards is in the consensus that the community has. And I think you should be using these standards early, and you should be using them often. And that's not just to benefit from a good score on your DMS plan or from an easier submission to your journals or your repositories down the line. It's so that you can take advantage of these tools to do better, just collect your data better, do better analysis, and communicate better among your team about what you mean when you use standard terminology. And ontologies provide these standard terminologies with lots of rich annotations and axioms. So logic and text for humans and machines. OBO is an open community of interoperable ontology projects, and you are very much welcome to join that community. And that's how you get the most benefit. Join the community, contribute back to the community, and be part of this consensus. Try and maybe, if you disagree, try and convince people to change, but have an open mind and listen to why they are doing things this way, and maybe shift how you do things so it fits in better with how everyone does things. That kind of consensus is the real power here. So I want to give many thanks to the Office of Data Science for inviting me to give this talk. Nicole and Sierra, who are my fellow presenters, and Anne and Jennifer, John Grabeel from Bioportal Project, David Asumi Sutherland, Nico, all helped with various slides in this deck. NIH funding has been so valuable for all the work that we do. It's made my career possible, and I'm very grateful. And thanks to the OBO community.
Thank you, James, for this nice presentation. And I ask all the participants if they want to have a question. They have a question, please put in the chat. You feel free. I saw something that came meanwhile we were working, but it's about from David H. just saying that he's chatting for Job, stay in Nigeria, and he will be interested in getting all these material as PDF because it will be interesting. And I think all the material will be shared. The slide will be shared, so you can have. And meanwhile, people are entering the question in the chat. I would like to ask you something about, we have, you have described all the OBO founding, and I know the quality of the OBO ontologies because I'm using them too. And one of the main things is they use the same format, the same structure, so it's very it's more easy to integrate them if you want to create what we call this application ontology. But what about if you want to integrate an external term from an external ontology that is not an OBO found in ontology, so the format could be different. There are tools that allow you to be sure that you are correctly putting in the right place when you are importing without destroying the consistency of the ontology.
So if it's another OWL ontology, then the tools that I mentioned, such as Robot or ODK, should give you a head start on bringing those together. If it's and then their OBO includes other ontology. Well, there's a few other ontology sources that, such as the National Cancer Institute thesaurus, which has been kind of OBOized, and it's available through some of the different ontology browsers. So it allows you to make some connections into OBO. In general, I really like working with tables and templates, which is something that Mark and Philippe were both talking about earlier. And so Robot and ODK include various tools for taking a spreadsheet and turning it into a bunch of ontology terms. And that works very well for kind of 80 or 90% of use cases. And eventually you get into more advanced use cases where you want to move past that kind of thing. But I think it is a good place to start. And so you can kind of build up the layers, like I mentioned, starting with and many clients that I work with do exactly this. We have a database, it's got a whole bunch of terms in a column. We turn that into a controlled vocabulary, clean it up, enforce things. Then we try and define what we mean by these different things, remove redundancies. Then we try and build it into a tree that gives us hierarchical queries. And we try and map into existing ontologies and benefit from the axiomatization of those things. And so I think what you're talking about is kind of part and parcel of the rest of these things. It shouldn't be too hard to take a small number of terms from some other resource and fit them in. Once you're talking about like whole scale connections between ontologies or major ontology projects, you do get into larger engineering kind of things. And so maybe all bets are off at that point, but I have done a fair bit of work lately on the OMOP clinical data standard, connecting that to OBO. And there's, people try to connect up SNOMED, and there's usually at least cross references between our OBO ontologies and those external resources that can really help and get you started. And then there's just a larger question of mapping. Maybe Nicole or Sierra will talk a little bit about mapping, but mapping terminologies from one place to another is a major topic, and we have tools to help support that. But yeah, that's kind of the thing. These projects can work at all sorts of different scales, and we really do want to be serving people working at all different scales, from small projects to big projects. But yeah, big projects, it's a lot of work and it can get expensive. But yeah, I guess one last thing. In my career, that's kind of how it has worked. I get paid by ontology databases that get direct NIH funding to build tools to make things work for them. And then I contribute those tools to the open source community. And then on the next project, we use tools like Robot or ODK to make it easier to do the next thing. And so my goal is, to build and share these open source tools that let you do the kind of 90–80% of the work with off-the-shelf tools, and not custom tools that require expensive custom developers like me. So I work hard to make myself irrelevant.
Okay, thanks. And then there are a few questions here. So one from Stephanie Holmgren. For researchers new to the concept of standardized terminology, how do they decide whether to use a taxonomy, a thesaurus, or ontology? Which are the best to use for which scenario? That's a very common question.
It's a good question. And starting small and building up is kind of the right place to start, I think. I know that Nicole is going to talk about kind of finding ontologies and selecting ontology terms. So that would be my first suggestion, is go out there and try and find a standard that does what you want to do already. And there's a lot out there. And I really do think that you'll have a good chance of finding something great already off the shelf. Those ontology browsers that I pointed at, Fair Sharing, are all great. And if you're more in the medical domain, you know all about the National Library of Medicine, and you know what's in there, I think. And so look around, try and find what's out there already, because there's got to be something. And then for your own particular project, start like collecting together the terms that seem really valuable. Maybe just start with a list, and then try and pull in definitions from those sources and link back to the ontologies. Then maybe try and use the ontologies to get a simple tree view, and our tools can help with that. And then and then once you get good at this kind of stuff, it'll make sense to build an application ontology and get the benefits of all the tooling for larger scale, more intensive applications. But yeah, you can start small, and those ontology browsers are kind of the right place to start.
Okay. And we have another question from Stephen Edwards. You can wait to answer during the session 4 if desired, but I have heard a lot about the pre-composed versus post-composed terms.
Yep.
From the perspective of matching existing ontology term to a specific use case, the latter seems to avoid the proliferation of highly similar terms. Is there a consensus emerging in the field on this topic?
It's still a hard problem. And the reason is that people have different needs, different uses. So yeah, this is the right kind of terminology for talking about terminology, pre-composition versus post-composition, whether you have like a number of different smaller ontology terms that you put together into kind of a phrase, a logical phrase, or whether you've already done that and you've published that combination in an ontology with its own identifier. Those are both viable options. You get into kind of a combinatorial explosion, your ontologies can get very big, but one of the benefits of all the ontology tools and kind of the tree-based approach and axioms is that you can work at different scales. It's fine to talk. I had a previous slide from David Osumi Sutherland, which was about being precisely vague. So if you really do mean the more general term, you can say the general term and there will be an ontology term for that. And then if you really do mean the specific term, you can either pre-compose it or post-compose it and then use that more specific term, and it'll all still work together. You'll still be able to find it and search for it. So the quick answer is no, there's no consensus because people have different needs in different situations. But it is an ongoing issue and concern, and OBO is OBO has higher and higher levels of coordination as we've been succeeding. And I talked about tooling and dashboards. One of them is patterns and modeling and bringing together compositions of terms. So it's something that we're tackling, but it's not a solved problem.
Okay. And there is another question that I think is from James Master. I think is going to be answered on the next presentation. But the question is, when you are searching for term and find the same concept representing different ontologies,
yep.
What criteria do you use to choose between the ontologies? How do you grade the quality of the ontology over another? For example, many terms in NCI thesaurus are also covering other ontology like experimental factor ontology. I think, yeah, this is the topic for next all, but go ahead.
Yep, Nicole, I'll have more to say about that. My completely biased answer is I really do like to pick OBO ontologies because they form part of this community. And I know that I can start small and build outwards to all these other different connections. So in my work, I would rather use kind of one of the OBO ontologies that has its own specific domain and scope, rather than using NCIT for my stuff. Yeah, so that's my biased answer, is that I really like the OBO community and that's what pays my bills. And I would use an OBO ontology first. But you know, your mileage may vary. There's lots of excellent resources out there. I recognize that there's high quality competition for your standard terminology, and yeah, there's just good stuff out there all over the place.
Okay, so thanks again, James. And so everybody that has still question, they can put in the chat even after, during the break or after. So we will record the question in the chat. will answer. Now I think we are going to have a break, and I will pass the microphone to Stephanie. I think we have a 15 minutes break.
Yes, thank you very much, James and Anna Maria. We are going to be going on break now and reconvening at 2:45. And as before, we will be doing another mural tutorial session if you're not familiar with mural. And I really encourage everybody to please come back for the remaining 2 sessions with Nicole and Sierra. They're really going to be focusing on how to do some more hands-on work with actually getting real with how one can go about searching for and applying the ontologies to your data. So please come back at 2:45 and also continue to fill out the mural boards. Thank you. Oh,
There you
I
go.
wasn't unmuted. Sorry
Yeah.
about that.
Mhm.
Hopefully everybody has their pick-me-up juice of the afternoon with them right now. We'll be handing it over to Anna Maria, who will introduce Nicole. Thank you.
Okay, we are on the second part of this afternoon session, and we are going to have some.
We can't hear you, Anna Maria.
I can hear her.
I can hear.
Okay. Okay, so it's fine now?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
No,
No?
you're
Stephanie?
still muted.
I can hear her. Can you hear me?
Yeah,
I can hear Anna and Nicole.
yes. Shannon says I can hear everybody. Okay, so maybe you have
okay.
yeah. Okay, it's fine with you, Stephanie? Okay. I think she's solved. Okay, so let's go with this, as I said, second part of this afternoon with this some hands-on. And I'm happy to introduce the next speaker. This is Nicole Wasilewski. And Nicole recently took a position as Associate Director of Data Science for biomedical nonprofit Critical Path Institute, which aims to accelerate the development of drugs for unserved disease areas, such as rare diseases. Nicole is trained as an ontologist and biocurator with a primary focus to classify and curating disease and phenotypes across species. And I'm very happy to leave the microphone to Nicole.
Thank you. Let me share my screen. So I'm going to be talking to you today about using ontologies. So thanks, James, for that great talk on giving some of the background about ontologies. And so I'm going to give you a tutorial on finding and requesting ontology terms. And I first want to point out that this content is available at this link here. We have a site that maybe you've heard about, the OBO Academy, that has it's an aggregation of training materials that are used for all kinds of tutorials on using ontologies, building ontologies, developing ontologies, but probably most relevant to you, there's a section on contributing to ontologies, and then I created a new page just outlining this lesson. All the content that's in these slides is also on this page. So if you go to this link in OBO Academy, the Getting Hands-On, all the content that's in here is also up on that website, and then there's some self-paced exercises too, and I'll go through the exercises today as long as we have time. So yeah, I recommend going to this OBO Academy link, and if you want to go back and try to refresh yourself on the material that I'm talking about here. So yeah, just a bit more of an introduction about myself. So like Anna Maria said, I took a position just recently, actually just started last week. I'm on like my 7th day or something with the Critical Path Institute. I was formerly part of the Translational Integrative Sciences Lab, the TIS Lab, that was part of Melissa Handel's group. We were at the University of Colorado, and previously we were at Oregon Health and Science University, OHSU in Portland, and I'm based in Portland, Oregon, and work remotely to CPATH. And also a member of the OBO Foundry community, and James talked a lot about OBO Foundry, so hopefully I'll have some more background about that. And I'm also a member of the International Society for Biocuration and on their executive committee. And I've been working in the area of ontology development and biocuration for about 12 years now. So hopefully I can share some of my expertise with you and encourage you to use ontologies and standardizing your data. And I'm also not an NIH employee, and all my views are my own. So some learning objectives that I've outlined today for, oh, thanks Stephanie for sharing that link to the OBO Academy. Some learning objectives that I outlined for our session today for the next hour. I'm first going to talk to you about identifying the best ontology or ontologies for annotating your biomedical data. So I'll go through some examples there, and then talk about how to find ontology terms. And James showed different ontology browsers, and I'll kind of reiterate some of these different browsers that we can use, and how to choose the best ontology term, which is one of the questions that came up. So I'll give you some more of my opinions about how to choose the best ontology terms. And then I'll walk you through how to make new term requests or request changes to ontology. So James mentioned that, you know, there's a lot of good ontologies that exist. And so there's probably not a lot of necessity for you to build your own standard ontology, but we really hope that you will contribute to existing ontologies. But also will emphasize too how we actually really need your contributions. We need contributions from the expert community to help ensure that the ontologies that we're building are scientifically sound and accurate. So it's not just that we want you to make requests in case you need new terms, but we also really want to encourage you. You're helping us to by contributing to the ontologies and requesting changes or terms. So I'll talk a bit about that. And then another topic that we've my colleague Nico and I created some documentation and material about as part of the OBO Academy is understanding open source ontology community development. So these ontologies that are part of the OBO Foundry that James and I and Sarah that we work on, these are these are all open source ontologies, and the community aspect of these ontologies is really important and critical for our success. And we, my colleague Nico and I kind of outlined some best practices for contributing to ontologies, and I'll talk about some of those key points with you today. So, so first I'm going to talk about where to find and choose the right ontology terms. So there's an exercise on the OBO Academy as well here, where you can also go through in more detail about choosing right ontology terms, but I'll give you some introduction here today. So like James has already mentioned, the OBO Foundry, this is the ontology of community developers that are committed to developing ontologies, and they're a set of guiding principles for ontology development, which include things like building ontologies that are open and freely available, and also that are scientifically accurate and interoperable with each other. The OBO Foundry Operations Committee is now, the weekly meetings are now public. So if you're interested in learning more about how the OBO Foundry functions or what we do or how ontologies are selected to be included in the OBO Foundry, I encourage you to go to our website or even consider joining one of our meetings or mailing lists or something along those lines. So just a little bit to reemphasize too, I know we've heard this before, but why are ontologies useful? So I use ontologies in all the work that I do. My primary focus is to build ontologies that are used by the community, but then a lot of the projects that I work on, including my new projects that I work on now with the Critical Path Institute, we're using ontologies to standardize data. And building ontologies and using ontologies isn't always a simple task. It's kind of, to build ontologies in particular is a big load, and to use ontologies, it can be, it's not always as simple and as efficient as just making your own kind of standard or standardizing data according to your own kind of methods. But the reason that the reason for using ontologies and why they're useful is that these ontologies are computational vocabularies that you can get a lot more out of them if you align your data to computational vocabulary that enables the ability to computationally reason across your data and to do more complex analyses that you couldn't do if you were just kind of indexing your data with either your own standards or with something more of a just a controlled vocabulary or a thesaurus or something like that. So ontologies are providing this logical classification of information in a particular domain or subject area. So James gave a lot of examples of different ontologies, and some of the ontologies that I primarily work on are concerning diseases and phenotypes and cells and anatomy and phenotypes across species. So these ontologies are providing kind of a scientifically accurate representation of all these different concepts in this particular domain, whether it be diseases or phenotypes. And these ontologies can be used for annotating data, and they can be used for structuring disparate data types. So, and data that's collected from basic science perspective, or data that's collected like in electronic health records or in clinical trials, the data is often very heterogeneous and it's unstructured and it's not interoperable with each other. But if we standardize our data using these ontologies, this makes it more consistent and structured, and we can then classify this information once it's structured in the same way. And particularly with the OBO Foundry, one of the principles, like we said, is this commitment to building ontologies that are interoperable with each other. So we have these domain-specific ontologies, and if we use these domain-specific ontologies that are part of the OBO Foundry, then we know that these are intended to be interoperable with each other. So then, we might be collecting data that's covering various topics. Maybe you're not only collecting phenotype information, but you're also collecting information about environmental exposures or about other types of things. These interoperable ontologies will allow us to be able to compare data across each other, and then we can do more complex computational analyses like inferencing or reasoning, and we can infer new knowledge from the data. So I want to talk a little bit about how to find good ontologies. So yes, we already talked about the OBO Foundry. So the OBO Foundry is a resource. If you go to their website, you can look through the different ontologies that are part of the OBO Foundry. James included information about all the different ontologies that are in there. I think I agree with James that the OBO Foundry is probably my preferred place to also look for ontologies. Ontologies that are included in the OBO Foundry have gone through somewhat of a vetting process, and they are also committed to these principles. So and generally the OBO Foundry ontologies are usually they're developed, they're actively being developed, and have a lot of contributors, and they have a lot of active contributors, and they're part of this community-based approach where we have scientific experts and medical experts contributing to the ontologies. So OBO Foundry ontologies are a good place to start. Not every ontology is part of the OBO Foundry, and therefore we shouldn't ignore their other options either, though. There's a lot of good ontologies that are being developed outside of the OBO Foundry that also should be considered. Other places to look for ontologies, like James had showed, the Ontology Lookup Service is a really great website where they've included about 200 ontologies in their service, and more are being added. This has a very nice search interface where you can look for terms, and they have a really nice display. I'll show you an example of this when I get to the exercise portion at the end of this. But they have a very nice interface that's very easy to search, and it'll search on primary labels or synonyms, so it's very easy to find and retrieve terms. Other sources too are BioPortal. BioPortal aggregates about 900 ontologies and provides a search interface to look for terms that you are interested in. It's a popular repository for ontologies, but only a fraction of the ontologies in there are part of the OBO Foundry. So this is a source where you can find ontologies that are outside of the OBO Foundry, but you may want to carefully review other ontologies before using them, since they aren't part of the same kind of principles that are developed by the OBO Foundry. Not to say that they shouldn't be considered, but they just maybe want to take a little bit more time to review and consider them. OntoB is another source of a place to look for ontologies that indexes all of the OBO Foundry ontologies, and is a default browser for OBO. So if you were to click on like an OBO Perl, like the URL for a term, it'll link to the OntoB page. So this is another option of where to find ontologies. And then, so I would recommend for searching for terms, if you're looking for ontology terms to use in the annotations of your data, the OBO Foundry webpage it has a list of all the ontologies that are a part of the OBO Foundry, and you can click on like a specific ontologies page, and then it'll take you to like the repository for the for the ontology, but it's not really a place where you can search very easily for specific terms. If you're searching for terms to use in your annotations, I personally use the ontology lookup service as my primary go-to for looking for ontology terms. But BioPortal and Auto-B are both also really good resources where you can look for terms to be used. Another thing that you can do that's a little bit more advanced is go to, the most ontologies are stored in GitHub, or some kind of online repository. I would say exclusively all the ontologies that I ever work with are stored on a GitHub repository. And you can go to a GitHub repository and you can download the ontology files themselves from the repository, and you can open them and look at them in Protege, which is a ontology editing software. As an ontology developer, I find this to be the easiest way generally to look at ontologies if I want to look at the entire hierarchy or all the different branches in the ontology. This is a little bit more advanced though, and that's not something like a casual user would do, but that's also another option to look at ontology terms, is to download the files themselves and look at them in Protege. So when accessing ontologies for use, I have a few different examples of considerations that you might want to consider when looking at different ontologies. So one thing is the license. So with the case with OBO boundary ontologies, these are all open ontologies. So they have a license that declares that they can be openly and freely available for use, usually with acknowledgement and without alteration. But the license defines how the ontology can be legally used or reused. So that's one consideration that you might want to take to consider when considering which ontology to use. You might want to look at the license and see if it has an open license that you're allowed to use the terms. Some terminologies may be closed and require that you register with the project in order to gain access to it, or they may have restrictions on how you can use the term. So if you were using them for personal use, maybe that wouldn't be a problem. But if you were going to be making your data publicly available, you may not be able to, if the terminology doesn't have an open license, you may not be able to publicly share data that's annotated with that ontology. So that's one thing to take into consideration. So OBO ontologies are required to be released under a Creative Commons CC BY license at version 3.0 or later, or they are meant to be released into the public domain under CC 0. So it's recommended that when you're looking at different ontologies and considering which one to use, just look at the license, and the license should be clearly stated in the ontology file. And if it's not, that might be another consideration or a red flag before considering using that ontology. And then also look at the quality of the ontology and think about some of these considerations. So one, is there an ontology tracker to report issues? So all ontologies, at least OBO boundary ontologies, are required to have some form of issue tracker to report bugs or make new term requests or request other changes to the ontology. So most ontologies, like I said, most ontologies that I work on use GitHub as an issue tracker. And in the past, we've used other things like SourceForge, or there was some kind of Google version that existed for a while, then went away. But there should be some way to be able to report issues and ask for changes to the terms or to the classification. Like NCIT that was brought up earlier in one of the questions, they don't have an open tracker. They do have an open tracker for the OBO version of NCIT, but they generally are more responsive if you go onto their website and fill out kind of a closed form. And so they do have some kind of tracker, which is not, it's just not public. Or their most frequently used issue reporting is not public. And then another consideration is the ontology active. So if you go into OLS or BioPortal, you may find a lot of different ontologies that exist there, but some ontologies are created as part of like graduate projects, or they can be created with some grant funding, and then the funding goes away and they become dormant or obsolete and no longer active. So if you're going to use an ontology, I recommend that you go onto the ontology's website and try to determine if it's still active, are people still actively working on it? You can look for the issue tracker, which I'll talk a bit about more, but they should have some kind of a way to track issues. And if they have a lot of issues that are open and haven't been acknowledged in a long time, that might be a flag that the ontology has kind of been abandoned and not really being actively developed anymore. Look at the comments on the issues to see if people are responding to these or if they've been stagnant and stale for a long time. If the tickets are really old and been sitting for a long time, maybe that's an indication that the ontology is no longer active. If you go onto the OBO Foundry website, you should be able to, for any ontology that's listed there, there should be a contact person too. So you can always contact the main contact, the owner of the ontology, and ask what the status is, and get a sense of how easy is it to get new terms requested or changes implemented. A lot of ontologies have different timelines as to how long they will go between releases. Like I work on the Mondo disease ontology, which is an ontology that Jay's mentioned in his talk. And we are currently quite well funded and pretty well resourced. So we are able to do releases on a monthly basis, which is kind of the most frequent release cycle I've seen for ontologies. And but the monthly release, I think, is the most frequent. Some ontologies go for months in between releases if there's not a lot of changes being requested, and that's another consideration to see how long it'll take to get your changes implemented if you need them. And then another consideration is community involvement. So on the issue tracker, if you look at the GitHub issue tracker or whichever issue tracker they're using, is there evidence of community involvement, such as the issues commented on by other folks from outside the community? Does it seem like it's a ontology that's being actively used by the community, or is it mostly just look like it's being only used by the internal developers? That's another consideration. And then lastly, is it scientifically sound? Does it seem to accurately represent the domain in a scientifically sound and accurate way? So if you look at the ontology, like, do you agree with the classifications? Like James said, there's a million different ways you could classify information, and we kind of need to have this community consensus on how to do things. And maybe we look at one ontology and think that we wouldn't classify these things in a certain way, but in general, does it seem like, whether you 100% agree or not, in general, does it seem like it's put together in a way that makes coherent sense, and is it accurate and appropriate for use? So next I want to talk about using ontology terms for annotations. So now we have some idea of where we can go find ontology terms and how to kind of think about which ontologies we want to use, and some considerations on how we want to use them. So say we find some ontology terms that we want to use for our annotations. So say we're looking at where we have collected data about exposures to different things. So, and here's an example of a hierarchy from the ECTO ontology, which is environmental exposures. And they were annotating data about food consumption exposures, so people that are exposed to different chemicals through their diet. Here's a kind of example hierarchy of some terms from the ECTO ontology. So these are classified in this hierarchical fashion, where there's subclasses, which is a subclass is any term that's underneath a superclass or a parent class. These are also called parent and child. So food consumption related exposure is a parent of dietary chemical exposure. So we want to look at the hierarchy of the terms when we consider using the terms. So so these are called the ISA hierarchy. So like dietary chemical exposure is a type of food consumption related exposure, and dietary food additive exposure is a type of dietary chemical entity exposure. So the children terms like dietary food additive exposure inherit all the properties and relationships of the parent term. So however dietary chemical exposure is defined, this is defined as exposure resulting from ingestion in food of a chemical entity. So dietary arsenic exposure also has this, is defined this way, but there's some kind of differentiating feature that makes it a new term. So this is ingestion in food of a specific chemical entity, in this case arsenic, or if we're looking at this one, dietary arsenic exposure. So this is the differentiating feature that defines these terms and makes this a child of the parent class. So the terms are both in ontology are both textually and logically defined. So the textual definitions are the human readable definitions that that we can use. The logical definitions are the terms that are the machine readable definitions. These are for these are used for the computational aspect of ontologies. So when you're using annotations, using ontology terms and annotations, though, you really want to take into consideration, one, the hierarchical classification of the term, and two, the textual definition of the term. So if you are going to annotate, if you have data relating to dietary arsenic exposure, you want to make sure you read the definition of the term, not just look at the label of the term, to make sure that the definition matches what you're actually trying to say. A lot of times, terms can have different meanings. So like, for example, in the Mondo ontology, we once we were searching for the word depression, and Mondo imports terms from other ontologies, and we came to the term depression, but it was actually a term that had been imported from ENVO, the environmental ontology. It was a depression as like in a depression, like in land where, like, it sinks down or something, versus depression as like a mental health feature. So you want to make sure that you understand the meaning of the term, not just based on the label, but based on the definition. And then also look at the hierarchical classification. So make sure that, depression maybe has another meaning that could be classified as something else. And as far as diseases, you want to make sure you're using the term that's classified as like a disease term, not as an environmental term too. So these are some things to take into consideration when querying your data or annotating your data with ontology terms. And then next, Sierra is going to talk about how to use these annotations in a data model for kind of representing your data. So again, talking about what is the right ontology to use. So there's a lot of considerations that we should take into account when determining which ontology to use. And the question came up today too about some terms are in NCIT, but they're also in EFO. So there's a lot of cases where ontologies, there's terms that overlap in different ontologies. And so in the OBO Foundry, there's hundreds of ontologies that are part of the OBO Foundry. And then beyond that, there's hundreds or who knows how many more. And within the OBO Foundry, though, the intention is to have ontologies that are non-overlapping and represent unique areas of knowledge. But there are some cases where ontologies overlap and cover similar domains. So like I said, I work on the Mondo disease ontology. And if you're not familiar with the Mondo disease ontology, it's an ontology that actually integrates existing disease ontologies into one coherent resource. And I've done an analysis, and people in my group they wrote a paper about all the different, for the example of disease ontologies, they wrote a paper about all the different disease ontologies that exist. And I looked at that and looked further, and there's probably, I think I counted somewhere between like 30 and 40 existing disease ontologies. So how do you decide which disease ontology or whatever ontology do you use when so many different ontologies exist? So in the case of Mondo, I can say that, Mondo is built for a specific purpose. A lot of the other disease ontologies that we integrate into Mondo are built for different purposes and cover different areas of diseases. Some ontologies may be built for simply for like indexing, or some built for computational analyses, or some that are still focused on specific subsets of a domain, like rare diseases in particular, or Mendelian diseases in particular. So one thing to take into consideration is trying to understand the purpose and the intended use of the different ontologies. And also think about your use cases too. Like one of the questions from the last session was about how do you decide whether to use a terminology versus an ontology? Well, think about the use cases that you need. Maybe the ontology might be too complicated for your specific use case, and maybe using more of a standard control vocabulary might be more appropriate. But some of the other considerations that I have listed here, start by selecting the appropriate ontology and then restrict your search to that ontology. So like with NCIT and EFO is actually an experimental factor ontology is built for an application ontology built to drive applications for the EBI, the European Bioinformatics Institute. And they actually intentionally import a lot of other ontologies. So but yeah, I would recommend deciding on which ontologies to use. So if you want to cover things like, I work in the area of diseases and phenotypes. So if you're working on medical diseases and phenotype data, choose one specific disease ontology that fits your use case, choose a specific phenotype ontology that fits your use case, and then restrict your search to that ontology. And then, yes, we recommend using ontologies that are open and interoperable. We're definitely coming from a place of bias towards the OVO Foundry, but those are definitely a good place to start. And then making informed decisions about which ontologies to use, thinking about the criteria that I described above, what kinds of, take those things into consideration when just deciding which ontologies to use. And within OLS too, and I can show you this when I do a little bit of a demonstration, you can restrict your searches to specific ontologies too, so that you're just seeing that specific ontology. A lot of times you'll search on terms and see a bunch of different ontologies might have the term that you're looking for, but it's best if you're trying to annotate your data to restrict it to one ontology or ontologies that are interoperable with each other. And then one of the big key points that we're all going to be driving home is that if you decided that you're going to use the Mondo ontology for annotating disease data, and you find that you don't have the term that you want, but maybe it exists in like NCIT or another ontology, please make the term request to that ontology. Don't just use an NCIT term instead if you're trying to annotate data with Mondo terms, for example. So I'm going to talk about how to make requests or changes, or make requests for changes, or request new terms in an ontology. So again, there's an OBO Academy page for this. And if you just go to the main link that I put on the first page, all these links are linked from that first page. So you don't need to worry about capturing all these links right now if you are wanting to get more information. But so yeah, now I'm going to talk about how to make new term requests, but not just a term request, but you can also make requests for any kinds of changes to ontologies. And these are always very, very welcomed in our community. So so just a little bit more background about GitHub. So GitHub is a repository, it's an online cloud-based repository that most ontologies are stored up in GitHub. So this is a freely available site where you can go sign up, create an account in GitHub. I think now they offer a paid version of GitHub, but you can sign up for the free version. And a lot of the ontologies that we work on are stored up on GitHub. And this is a place where GitHub was initially used by software developers and as a place to store code, but now it's getting more widely used under my impression by, for project management and for an ontology community uses GitHub really widely, where we store our files up on GitHub. It's a free online repository where we can store files, but we also have this issue tracker, which is a really nice feature where it's publicly available. Anybody can see it. You don't have to have an account to be able to see the issue trackers, but you do have to have an account to be able to comment or create tickets. But it's a nice place for the community where they can contribute to these open ontologies. So on the issue tracker, you can report things like bugs, like something's not functioning properly. You can make new term requests, say I need this term doesn't exist and I need this for my annotations. You can request changes. You can really request anything. There's not any restriction as to the types of requests that you can make on GitHub, but commonly these are the things that we see the most from the community. Request changes to classifications, like say, I don't believe that sarcoma is a type of connective tissue disease. It should just be a type of cancer. You can make requests to the definitions. You can any kind of request really. You can request any kinds of changes. The other thing that's nice is that you can comment on the tickets and have discussions. So there's a lot of the ontologies, especially a lot of ontologies that have been around for a while. You can go and see like 80 or 90 comments on tickets where people have been discussing things for sometimes for years, trying to come to a consensus on how to best represent information in an ontology. And then more advanced is you can also, GitHub allows you to pull down the files and actually directly edit the ontologies. And then you can push the files back up in a mechanism called a pull request, where someone can then review your changes and then integrate the changes back into the main file. If this is something you're interested in, if you go to the OBO Academy website, there's a search on pull requests, there's a whole, there's tutorials on how to do this, but that's a bit more advanced. But just so you know that since these ontologies are open, they're also open for editing, and anyone can actually truly contribute to them by directly editing them themselves. So a bit more about the issue trackers. So yeah, the tracker, so I'll give you an actual example. I'll go through this after this, at the end of this slide deck. But the tracker is just a formal place to put an ontology request. Maybe you guys have had experiences where you've reported issues like to websites before, or software tools where you report issues. This is the same kind of thing where you just open a ticket or an issue, and you can say, please add this term, or please make these changes. So trackers have long been used in the software community for keeping track of bugs and feature requests, and it's been adopted by the ontology community for requests to make changes to the ontology. And some of the advantages of using this, using these ontology issue trackers is that they're open, so anyone can see them. Like I said, you don't need to have an account. All you have to do is know how to go to the ontologies repository, and you can see all the requests that have been made, and you can then create an account and you can comment on them or discuss them. It's also kind of like a source of documentation too. So sometimes, you know, we could go back to the ontology tracker and see what's been discussed. Sometimes I'll like for my particular use case, I'll go into the ontology and be like, why is this done this way? Why does this term exist? Or why is this classified this way? And then I can go back to the issue tracker and see, oh, okay, I see someone asked for this, and this is this is the reasoning and the justification for why things were done this way. So it's a really great source of documentation, and it should be stored indefinitely. And also it gives the community an opportunity to comment. So if we have changes to the ontology, everyone has the opportunity to go in and say, oh, please do this, or please don't do this. And we can go back too. And once something's been changed, we can always go back and revise it again further. That's another point, is that ontologies are never finished. They're always in this state of iterative development and change. So and that's another consideration too when you're using ontologies for annotations. Be careful to keep track of the changes that are made, because sometimes terms are obsoleted, or sometimes new terms are added or reclassified. So that's another consideration when making annotations. And then finally, about the issue trackers, is that the tracker IDs can be referenced in the ontology metadata. So so sometimes you can probably see in OLS some ontologies, particularly like Mondo does this. We add links to a GitHub ticket in our terms. So if you look at a particular term, sometimes there'll be a link to the actual GitHub ticket, so you can see the discussion that occurred and the rationale for whatever changes are made about that term. And that's a really handy feature, I think, of these ontologies and using this tracker. So this is I really like this depiction of the term search and request workflow. This was created by Chris Mungle, and this is I linked to his blog on the lower left down here. But I just created a slide out of his blog post, kind of talking about the workflow of how we go about requesting. This is an example of requesting a new term, but requesting any kinds of changes. So we'll start here on the left. Here on the left with this is you, or anyone who's requesting a term to ontology. So so first thing that you would do is say you're annotating your data and you need to find an ontology term. Let's use sarcoma as an example. So you can search on the string into a portal. So it says something like OLS or bioportal or OntoBees, some of the examples that we shared. And then the portal will return a list of terms. So then you should go back and check the definitions of the term and make sure this is the term that you're looking for, and look at the parent term and the ontology, see how it's classified, see if this is the term that you're looking for. Assume that you have no results. So then go back to the portal and search for similar terms, maybe search for terms that are more general, or search for synonyms of the term. Theoretically, well, not theoretically, definitely the portal will search on synonyms. If the synonyms don't exist though, then you wouldn't necessarily find the term. So maybe try searching on different synonyms. Then you get look at the results. You get some results back. Then you want to examine that list, and then confirm that in fact these terms are not what you need. They're just analogous to what you need. So then look at the ontology. So then go to the ontologies repository and go search, like go to the repository in GitHub and search for, see if there's any relevant discussion. So you can go to the actual issue tracker and search in there and see if there's any mention of the term that you're looking for. Has it ever been requested before? Has anyone ever mentioned this before? So search in the GitHub repository, and then that will return some tickets and see if there's anything that's already been discussed. Maybe the term's already been requested and decided there's been a decision to not add the term, then that would be kind of the end of your search. But if not, then you can create a new term request in the GitHub repository. So then once the new term request goes to the repository, then we have ontology curators who are actively editing the ontology and adding new terms or making changes. So then the ontology curator, there's a little depiction here of a curator sitting here at their computer with their cat, and that's very accurate. So the curator and their pets, they read through the ticket and assess whether this is a valid request. Sometimes the ticket might stay open for a period of time if there needs to be some discussion amongst the community. Once the decision has been made to add a new term or make the change, the curator will make the term locally. So the ontologies are set up in such a way that we have like an edit version of the file where we make the term, we make changes to the file, and then the ontology is then released on some kind of schedule or ad hoc basis. So there might be changes made locally, so then the term will get a new ID. Sometimes the curators will post this on GitHub, and then the requester can check that, and then they can start using the ID if they need it right away. They can provide some kind of acknowledgement, and then the curator can merge this into the file, and then the ontologies are released, like I said, on some on a regular basis, some on an ad hoc basis. So then the term that you're needed is now becomes available in the portal, the OLS or wherever, whichever portal you prefer to use. I can say for the case of OLS, my understanding is that they update they refresh the new releases every few days. So if you make a request to an ontology, you have to wait until that ontology is released, and then a few more days after the release before it becomes visible in the portal, like OLS. So the process can take a bit of time, and depending on since I work on Mondo, I'll use this as an example again, but depending on when people request the terms in our development cycle. So if someone requests a term towards the end of the month, then our curation team has time to squeeze it in before the release. It could only take a few days for the term to become available. If they requested it right after we've done a release and we don't plan to do another release for another month, then it could take about a month before the term becomes available. And then if there's any kind of question or discussion needed around the term, it could take months. So that I would say maybe could be one of the disadvantages of using ontologies if you need your terms to be added right away. Sometimes the workflow can take some time. So I'm next going to talk to you about how to request new terms to the ontology. So this is an example. This is the Mondo ontology. This is just like a snapshot of our issue tracker. So if you go to the Mondo ontology, this is the URL at the bottom. You would click on the issues here, and then that'll take you to this page where it shows you all the open issues. In this case, when I took the screenshot, we had 212 open issues. And then over here in the screen button, you click new issue. And in the case of Mondo, we have templates set up so we can have so people can specify exactly what kind of requests they're making. So we have a template for add new terms. We have a template for add synonyms. And if this was a website, you could scroll down and there's probably like 10 or 15 different templates. And then at the very, very bottom, in really small font, it says create a blank issue, which is also an option. So taking you through the adding a new term. So then you click the get started next to add new term or add term. And then we have all these prompts in Mondo because we have these templates. If an ontology didn't have a template, all of this would just be blank. But we have this template here. So we have the NTR just means new term request. And then you would write your new term request right here in this blank field. And then this is all in Markdown too. So if you're unfamiliar with Markdown, it's pretty simple. web-based language, which just kind of adds formatting to the text. So these little asterisks here will just make this bold when it's once it's submitted. So just right below the intention is to have the requesters right below the prompts. So preferred term labels to say you wanted to add a new term for sarcoma, and then you add synonyms like connective tissue cancer, definition, and then adding as much information as possible just makes it really much easier for the curator to go and add these terms. So adding the definition, the parent term, so sarcoma should be a type of cancer, children terms, if they already are existing terms that were in the ontology that should be children terms, would be great. It's great if you can provide that information below. And then your ORCID ID, so the nano attribution, this is just a way for us to be able to say that this person requested this term, and we provide the URL for their ORCID. And these are the open research contributor IDs, if you're not familiar with that. You can sign up for a free ORCID at this website, orcid.org. It's like a social security number for your scientific contributions, except for it's not so secure. So it's okay to share that publicly. But it just kind of links your information. It disambiguates people, and kind of it's used as like an identifier to link to your contributions. So providing as much information in the term request as possible is really beneficial. It just makes it easier on the curation team and helps things go along faster. This is also a way just that can slow down the process if there's missing information or if it's ambiguous. It can slow down the addition of new terms to the ontology or changes, and then finally just submit new issue. So some of the best practices that we've outlined in the how to be a good open source scientist is one thing is to see your request through to the end. So not every ontology is really well funded or really well resourced. A lot of ontologies are just kind of people, the curators are kind of doing it on the side in addition to like their funded work. So sometimes it can take a while for curators to find the time to be able to address the issues. So feel free to nudge the curator or nudge the ontology developer to say, check in the status of the ticket, say, hey, can you, or also providing some kind of timeline, like this is urgent, I really need this right away, or if this is not urgent, if it takes a few months, it's fine. And then if you need something to be done, feel free to comment on the ticket, like, hey, can someone give me an update as to where this is at? We definitely do not. I'm an ontology curator and I do not mind. I appreciate any nudging, and it helps me prioritize too, because like in the case of Mondo, we get more requests than we can deal with in a reasonable amount of time. And knowing which is really high priority for people, we definitely prioritize those over other things where we create tickets for ourselves and like nice to have, but it's not necessarily a priority. So if you're unfamiliar with GitHub, don't worry, because we have a how-to guide for that in our OBO Academy. So here's a link to the OBO Academy that has a tutorial on how to, or a lesson on how to use GitHub. So I only have about 3 minutes left, and unfortunately, I'm not going to be able to get to the exercise, but that is linked from our website. So from the website that's shared in the chat. So if you wanted to go through and try to go through, it's just the exercise is just having you go through and try to search for terms and then go through the steps of making a new term request. So if you wanted to try that, and if you have any questions about it, feel free to contact me. And then finally, I just have some tips on how to, some best practices on how to be a good contributor to the ontology community. So one is the principle of collaboration. So we need we need these community contributions, not just because we want to build out the ontology further, but a lot of ontology developers and myself as a curator, we're not experts in all of these areas. Like I work on disease and phenotype ontologies, but I'm not a clinician. I'm a biologist by training, and now I'm a data scientist. I guess I'm a data scientist, but we need community contributions from people like you who have expertise in these areas and can ensure that the ontologies are scientifically sound. And the OBO Academy has a lot of self-paced learning material, and we have a section too on contributing to ontologies. So that's a way to learn more about how to contribute to ontologies if you feel like after this workshop today, after this workshop over these few days, if you still feel like you are unsure, the OBO Academy is a great resource. We also have Slack channels and email lists that you can join to be able to communicate and ask questions. And one of the other things with requesting changes to ontologies, it really helps if you can communicate clearly and add as much information as possible. That can help reduce the work on the side of the curation team. And also just overall, sometimes it can be a little contentious trying to determine the best way to represent information. So just being positive and generous and attributing each other as very fruitful and promoting open communication. And also, this is a great example with like the EFO, the experimental factor ontology. EFO, as an example, incorporates a lot of different ontologies. If you're using EFO, you can make reports, or report changes or bugs to EFO, but a lot of EFO incorporates other ontologies. So go to the source ontology and make the requests for changes or term requests is actually really beneficial. So that's the principle of upstream fixing. Make sure to report bugs and errors at the source to the source ontology, not just ontologies that are reusing other terms. And if it's not immediately obvious which ontologies you're meant to report to, then I wouldn't emphasize that you need to worry about that. But just if you can, that's great. And then also just like with this example with the principle with the new term requests and no ownership, just it's a community. These are community ontologies, so there are dedicated staff to work on a lot of these. But sometimes, we're pulled in a lot of different directions. So feel free to nudge ontology curators or to nudge the community to move things forward. And yeah, unfortunately, we don't have time to get hands-on, but these tutorials are on the IBO Academy website. So I encourage anyone to work through those. And in summary, we really rely on your expertise and your contributions, so we really welcome them. And if you have any questions going forward about how to make informed decisions, or how to use ontology terms and annotations, or how to contribute to ontologies, please feel free to reach out to me, and I'm more than happy to talk about this further. And acknowledge our great team that helped put together the IBO Academy and all these materials. And here's my contact information, and we can take questions. And I see there's a lot of questions or comments in the chat.
There is a lot of questions. And so I can start. Thanks. First of all, thanks for this nice presentation that answer a lot of questions that people may have, even if we have more here. So one is about from Michelle about the re-ensuring that ontology terms are open. Is this the case that if this ontology are open, then all terms are open? If not, does the license clearly indicate that some terms are not? So it would be shame to invest it. So
yeah, my understanding that if it has an open license and everything within that umbrella is open, I've never seen a case where some terms are open and some are not. So I would say, unless I'm understanding incorrectly, then if it's open, I would assume if it's open, it's all open. There wouldn't be restrictions like that.
Okay, and then I think some of them are even James trying to answer. But anyway, I will restate the question. So from Janine Simmons, just clarifying, in Obo Foundry, individual ontologies are meant to be largely non-overlapping topic and or use case, but they are all interoperable with each other?
That's a good question. I think the intention is for them to be interoperable with each other. Maybe I wouldn't say it's probably 100% perfect, but that is one of the founding principles of the foundries, that the ontologies are meant to be interoperable with each other. So I think you could go with the assumption that they are intended to be. There probably are some cases where they may not be.
Okay, and then from Maria Schatz, Nicole, can you pick up a topic and example and demo how you will look for the best? Oh, that was supposed to be the end on, and we didn't have the time. But I think they can go on the link you have and trying to do their own exercise. And if they have problem, maybe they contact you, or if they have questions.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Okay. And then from Susan Taterbone, with so many ontology available, how does the researcher know if an ontology is the correct one to use?
Yeah, I guess that was kind of some of the points I was trying to make with the choosing the right ontology slide. So I would, start with the Obo ontology. One question I get a lot is like, I developed a Mondo ontology, but then there's also the human disease ontology, and we overlap in our in our scope in a lot of different ways. So, and then there's some differences between us. So I think there's probably never a correct one to use in every use case, but you kind of, I think the best approach is just to make a decision, try to be as informed about it as possible, and then stick to that ontology. So yeah, I think like if your collaborators are using certain ontologies, I think that would be consideration, trying to align with what everybody else is using for the projects that you work on. Yeah, it's really, I don't know if there's an easy way to answer that question. Yeah. Yeah.
And then we have again from Janine Simmons, who makes final decision, rechange to any given ontology, to do this change on the ontology.
Yeah. Ultimately, it probably comes down to the ontology curator. So depending on who's the ontology owner, and technically it's like kind of the principle of no ownership, but someone is ultimately assigned to each ontology and makes the changes. So so like in the case of Mondo, ultimately I will go in and make the changes to the ontology. But I think the thing that's really critical to understand is that nothing's ever final. So I may make a decision like, okay, we're going to add this term, but and it may be added and available, but then it's not like it's there forever and it can't ever be changed or obsoleted. So generally we don't try to obsolete terms very often, especially if someone asks for them. But I say the person who makes the decisions of what gets changed and added is probably the person who's the primary curator on that ontology. But a lot of ontologies are intended to be these community resources, so everyone has the opportunity to weigh in. Like for example, like the cell ontology or Uberon are they're contributed to by a big group of people, and people will make requests, and then everyone has the opportunity to kind of comment on those requests. And then if someone doesn't comment within a certain period of time, someone will make a decision and just add a term to the ontology. But they're always iteratively developed, so it's never final that something is added, or people still have the opportunity.
There is always a community that can, as you said, interact. So it's really open to the community to add or make any additional comments to say that is should be changed or not, if the changes is correct or not. So that is the good things part, that is really open to community.
Yes, totally.
Then another one from Janine. I apologize if I missed this in another talk section, but if one is annotating data with an ontology, how does one give credit to that ontology? E.g., how do you cite that?
On the Open Foundry webpage, I think there's for every ontology there should be in the metadata on the right hand side there should be a field where it says how to cite it. A lot of ontologies have some kind of paper that they publish describing their ontology, so usually there's a paper that you can cite. If there isn't a paper out, I usually just cite the GitHub, the repository itself.
Okay, and then another question from Michelle. Can you take a tangential step in the process and describe how exactly a researcher would incorporate the ontology terms? And would the researcher also include these in the material and method section in addition to with the data set?
Yeah, so if you were collecting data like in a spreadsheet or something, you could use ontology terms to annotate the data and then submit that along. You could keep that for your personal use, or then submit that with a publication like a supplemental data. You can also use ontology terms. I would maybe you could use ontology terms in your methods, like look for ways that things are described using like the standardized preferred labels. One project that I worked on for a while was with Sierra's going to talk about this a little bit. It's called the Craft Corpus. It's a gold standard corpus where we've marked up papers with ontology terms for use in text mining. So being aware that sometimes scientific papers are being used for text mining, if you could describe your results or describe your methods using the preferred ontology terms, it actually really helps with text mining and natural language processing. I was doing a project where I was marking up, the Craft Corpus has like 96 papers that they marked up with different ontologies, and I was marking up papers with Uberon. And one of the papers I came across, all of the anatomical terms in the paper and there were a lot, were described using the exact same labels as Uberon. And I was like, oh, Uberon is an anatomy ontology. And I was really surprised. I was like, I think these people must be aware of Uberon because they're using the exact same terminology that's used. So I was like, this makes it so much easier. So, I mean, yeah, I don't know if it'd be kind of a big hurdle to go through and use all the same language that's using ontologies, but being aware of the ontology terms in writing manuscripts or in method sections actually makes things like text mining a lot easier. But yeah, a lot of people will, and Sierra's going to talk more about how to create data models and annotate data with ontology terms too. So yeah, just a lot of times when I'm curating data, I just have a spreadsheet and have a format where I just have the data and then annotate the IDs and the labels to the data itself.
That would be great if it even will be required from the journal to have some kind of, link to ontology when,
Yeah.
Even if material method, for example, for the experimental, would be nice to have a link to OBI, ontological analytic investigation. It may be hard because I can understand that researcher make change to the classic method, but at least, refer to a general one, then be able to add whatever change is done. We may go there. Okay.
Thanks for all the questions, everyone.
Yes, thank you. Thanks to you, Nicole. And I think we are just in time to go to the next and final presentation for this afternoon. And again, is about standard and best practice guideline, what to do when the standard do not exist. And is the presenter is Sierra Moxon. And Sierra is a software developer and data architect with experience working in broad array of biological domain. Her experience include leading the data modeling ingest team for Alliance of Genomes Resources, data architecture for zebrafish information network, and software development for Gene Ontology Consortium. She also has worked in a private sector developing laboratory information management systems, LIMS. And Sierra is one of the developers of BioLink model and the link data modeling language, LinkML, which is underlying language and tooling framework that BioLink model use. And I'm really happy to leave the microphone to Sierra.
Hi, thank you. Let me share my screen. Can everyone see my slides?
Yep.
So, okay, great. Yeah, thank you so much for having me. It's clear that, James and Nicole and I both all share a passion for this subject, and we really appreciate you letting us come and talk to you, and for the nice introduction. And I just wanted to point out that I also, when I was working in industry biotech lab, I had the opportunity to carry around a lot of transgenic cantaloupes in my backpack. So I like data a lot more, so let's go from there. So I guess if every bit of data that I've worked with over my career was shaped like this, I would be a super happy developer, right? So I've had opportunities to work with all sorts of data ingest pipelines, taking data from the researcher directly and putting it into a different kind of data store to really interoperate and use data from a lot of different sources together. And I think one of the things that would be really nice is if all of our data had clearly labeled attributes, and we got to use whole numbers or integers, and we had harmonized units, and everyone in the domain was recording the same attributes. Then our data would be extremely easy to ingest and extremely easy to compare. But unfortunately, my world over the last 2 decades of working in this domain looks more like this. We have our data dispersed between many different resources with many different focuses. The data structures that they're using, the distribution methodology is different between these sources. Sometimes the documentation on data is non-existent, or it's separated from the data. So you kind of have to, as a developer, you kind of have to go digging to try to figure out what the data actually means. It's distributed in different technology formats. So you also sort of have to be a jack of all trades and understand how to parse CSV files and XML and Neo4j data dumps and SQL data and write SQL queries. We have a proliferation of identifiers. So if you're talking about, for example, the gene domain, where we have, HGNC is making an identifier for a gene, but so is Ensemble, and so is NCBI gene, and so is the zebrafish information network, we're all making these identifiers, and there has to be some sort of resource that we use to map between those identifiers so that if I have a data source from HGNC, I can compare it to a data source from NCBI, right? I also have a lot of free text and notes, and those are sort of like the most frustrating bits of data because someone has clearly written important information in an unstructured way, and then it's sort of up to developers to extract that information and try to use it outside of the person who wrote it. And even more to the point, one of these resources might pull in several others and also transform that data along the way. And provenance chains are extremely important, but can be complex and difficult to follow. So sometimes it's a little heartbreaking to see all the good data out there and really know that there's a lot of work to do to bring it together. And this can happen for a lot of reasons. And first and foremost, we know that qualitative, biomedical or biological data is really complex. We don't have a clear cube-shaped data form to represent our data. You might have a gene that's involved in a pathway influenced by other genes that's changing the structure of a cellular component that's leading to a phenotype that generates the symptoms of a disease that's also influenced by our environment, right? We have complex relational contextual knowledge, and we have hundreds of thousands of named entities and terms, but most of our knowledge is from unstructured forms like literature, publications, figures, lab notebooks, spreadsheets, right? And so we end up with our data in a form like this, which is like a spreadsheet from our lab, right? We might have all sorts of different things that mean a lot to us in our lab, but don't necessarily mean a lot to somebody outside of our lab. And I think as James and Nicole have said, and even Mark this morning, approaching your data by imagining how someone would use it 60 years from now when no one in your lab is working on it anymore is a really good way to start to understand why you need this metadata that we've all sort of been talking about this afternoon. And so if you look at this particular spreadsheet, it's a real one, but I'm not going to say where because there's all sorts of us have done these spreadsheets before in our lives, but you can see that the top row here, the header might have variables, the names of the columns, for example, that are really clear to the researcher, but we don't know what they mean. There's no metadata around it. There's no description of what that means, right? There's probably a wide or a sparse table for this biosample data where we're not quite sure whether or not these fields should be null or not. We're not sure even within each row if they should be null. What are the requirements for the column P and why is it always blank here? We might have some identifiers in our data set, but they're not reproducible. I don't know as a data consumer whether or not I can go back to S7 and always find all of these data that go along with it. And then we might have made an attempt to use a controlled vocabulary of terms to describe where, in this case, the sample was from. But it maybe even varies between who in my lab collected that data, right? So I could say oil here, and you saw examples of this from Mark and James and everyone else, oil or oils or oil with a capital O, even between rows of data in my sample, those, apologies, might be different. Right, and you can see in this depth field, this was actually from a standard that we extracted just recently. Depth can be from a wide variety of sources. I don't need to harp on this, but it can go from anything from an actual latitude and longitude measurement to a range of centimeters to just a surface soil from deep water, for example, which is just some text, right? So this is what we have, and we know we can do better with this, right? Fair Sharing presented earlier in this workshop about how there's these databases out there and they're doing a really excellent job of trying to categorize them and give you opportunities to see how fair those sources are. And those sources themselves, like CEDAR, might have these templates that you can use to put your data in. They kind of give you an indication of what kind of metadata you might need. But we do have almost 2,000 of these, right? And that's of November of 2022. And so we have a lot to choose from. And I think this was brought up in the last session too. We have all these millions and millions of protein identifiers or gene identifiers, right? And we have, apologies, a lot of databases in fairsharing.org, and we even have more than 900 ontologies and 13.5 million terms, and people are working really diligently to try to map between these ontologies and map between these data sources. But what does a normal researcher do, right? And so it can become really frustrating, or the time to make a change to one of these ontologies takes a long time. So we just kind of say, this is ridiculous. It shouldn't be this complicated. I just need a controlled vocabulary. Can I just make one? And it's happened so many times. There is this comic that we all kind of giggle about because at the end of the day, you've just created a new standard that now we have to interoperate with. So I guess the point of this is that, you know, we should really try to use the existing resources that we already have, even if it takes a little bit of time. And so what we get to at the end of the day, if we do follow that paradigm, is that interoperation between these data sets is extremely difficult, right? And at a micro level, we spend a lot of development time, a lot of software time cleaning data, structuring and restructuring data, and trying to make it interoperate. And at a macro level, we might be missing out on some treatments for patients or microbial effects on climate change because we can't bring these data sets together. And I think we already know this point, so we don't need to harp on it. So if we had a chance, getting down to the basis of this talk, you know, what if there's not standards? How do we do this differently? I want to talk about sort of three main things that I think can help. And the first we've talked about a lot this afternoon. We need to start with ontologies, and I'll go into a use case about that in just a second. But just to prime the pump, I also want to talk about separating your annotation model from the technology you use to distribute it, and actually having a model for your data instead of just maybe a spreadsheet that has terms in it that you might know very deeply in your lab, but might not be available to other people to use them. And then some of the work I just want to introduce that is mapping different models together. So, okay, again, I'm a software engineer with just a little bit of biology experience way back a long time ago, but I thought that it would be useful to see an example. So again, these are just made up things that I made up as a software developer. Don't take them too close to heart. That's my hand waving caveat. But let's say we had these three data sets, and these are biosamples, and all three of these different researchers are looking at how bacteria exist in different depths in water sources around Oregon. And as a researcher, a data scientist, I'm coming along and I say, well, actually, I really want to know about the bacterial compositions of lakes and oceans and rivers in Oregon. And I have these three data sets. How can I use them together? And in fact, I have more specific questions. You know, I want to know about the bacterial compositions of samples taken from the epipelagic zones or the sunlight zones in that water. And I really want to know about the difference in the epipelagic zones between freshwater and from saltwater. And the first and biggest thing to do here is that I know I can use these data sets as a human looking at them. I see that they're titled with these informative names. One of them says Crater Lake, one of them says the Pacific Ocean, and one of them says Lake Albert. As a human, I can come in and look at this and say, okay, these are probably data sets I want to use. But the very first step that I have to do is really get them all into one spreadsheet, right? Like if we're taking it back to the very most simple level of spreadsheet maintenance, if I want to put all these together, I have to take the title and I have to put it in some sort of column that allows me to say that this sample was taken from a lake and this sample was taken from an ocean if they were both in the same spreadsheet, right? And now I come across a little bit of a problem. Like as a human, I can do that. What if I had 50 data sets, right? That would be very difficult. And another thing is I'm a person doing this to the data sets after they've already been established by the researcher. You as the person taking that sample from Crater Lake or from Lake Albert know a lot more about the data than I do, but I'm going to do my best to annotate it, right? So ultimately this should be coming from the researchers. I think that's the whole point of the NIH's initiative here. But at the same time, I can say that as a person from Oregon, I know that lake is probably not enough to describe this data set. Even though it says Lake Albert in the title, that's probably not specific enough. And nobody would know probably, unless you're from Oregon, which I encourage you to visit, it's great, that Lake Albert is actually the only saltwater lake in Oregon, and Crater Lake is a freshwater lake, right? So this definition of lake probably isn't enough. And without an ontology term, for example, I wouldn't know that everyone in my lab, all of my postdocs, were using the same definition of lake as I was when I was annotating these data sets. So I'm going to first go to the ontology lookup service or to BioPortal. Both of these are really great resources. You've heard a lot about them already today. And I'm going to look up the word lake because, quite frankly, it'll help me express to the rest of my lab what I mean when I'm saying lake. It'll have a definition that is sort of auto-documented for me. I don't have to write down that a lake is a body of water or other liquid of considerable size contained in a depression on a landmass. In my own lab, people can actually have a link to this and it'll be auto documentation for them. It'll also give them this hierarchy of terms to better understand what I mean by the lake, and it provides synonyms and cross-references and places where I can see how a lake is really defined, and it makes it a lot more clear what I mean by that lake. And so even further, if I break that down, I'm just going really quick here because I hope we have a lot of time for questions at the end, but I can see from the ENVO ontology in the ontology lookup service that I actually have a term for lake, and I also have a term marine water body, which if I look at the definition really speaks to what a Pacific Ocean would be. It's a big body of water that is marine. And in fact, I even see that there is a term labeled for saline lake. So quite frankly, I think ENVO is matching my, as a researcher's vision of what a lake should be described as. I'm pretty confident that this is the ontology I want to use. And so I keep going with my annotations. There we go. I say, okay, well, I'm going to annotate my Pacific Ocean sample data set with the term marine water body, and I'm going to annotate my Crater Lake sample data set with the term lake, I believe is what we decided on. Yes, lake, right? And so that's great. So I go back to my my questions and I say, can I now compare bacterial compositions of bodies of water? Well, I certainly can, because I know from the ontology that if I walk up a couple of levels into its ancestors, that I find a term that both marine water body and lake belong to. And so if I was actually searching over these two data sets, I'd find both my Pacific Ocean data set and my Crater Lake sample data set because I'm searching for water body, which is great. Can I answer my second question with this minimal amount of annotation? I'm not sure yet, because what I really want to know is that what are the bacterial compositions of samples taken from the epipelagic zones, from the sunlight areas in the water column, right? And I look at the data, again, as a human, I have to do this because nobody has given me the term for this. So as a human, I have to go through and look and see, well, the depth of these two samples is pretty small. I imagine that those are going to be in the epipelagic zone. I look over at this data set and I see that there's some discrepancy between the depth units in even between instances of this data. So, you know, let's just put that in the back of our minds. We all know as humans that inches mean a small amount potentially, and so we can kind of go with it from here. But wouldn't it be great if inches and feet were moved off into another column? And wouldn't it be great if inches and feet were actually both just in inches or both just in feet? It would leave some less cleaning for us to do. But as a human, I can do this. I want to keep in the back of my mind that this is a simple task because it's a very, very, very small and simple data set. What if you had, you know, millions of rows in your sample data set? It'd be really hard as a human to go through that. But if I go back to the ontology again through the ontology lookup service and I find another term in ENVO which conveys that this is actually in the marine photic zone, and if I look at the definition of the marine photic zone, it really does talk about the depth for which the penetration of light is important. And it also has a cross-reference to the Spire database where it actually says that the marine photic zone is an epipelagic zone, which fits very much into my understanding of it. So I would say that this is pretty good for describing my data set. It's pretty good ontology, but I need to go further because, you know, in my two lakes, I have one freshwater and one saltwater, and I really want to describe that this is a freshwater lake. So I don't see it anywhere in the lookup service. I don't see it anywhere in the ENVO ontology. So now I'm going to decide, well, how do I get that term in the ontology? Nicole already talked a lot about this, but I would first, as a researcher, go to the OBO Foundry, and I would check if ENVO is in the OBO Foundry, because we've already heard that there's a lot of care that goes into crafting these ontologies, and we know that they're up to date and they have good licenses. And we just sort of trust that they're doing the due diligence to make good resources for us. So I'm going to go there and I'm going to check, and I find ENVO immediately in the OBO Foundry, and it actually has a link to their GitHub repository. And I look even further into when the last time they updated their repository. It was only 4 days ago. There's a ton of commits. I think this is a very active ontology. And, you know, I might really want that freshwater photic zone term, so I'm going to go put in an issue just like Nicole said. Or if I'm not really clear why there's a separation, you know, between marine water body and ocean, like why aren't they the same term? I'm going to go and join the OBO community Slack, and I'm going to ask, and it's super easy to do, and people are very friendly, and that's where I would go. And, you know, just as a plug, I'm going to talk a little bit later in this talk about LinkML, and LinkML also has a room or a chat area in this Slack that you can ask questions about LinkML too. So that's just one very simple use case on how I would choose as a researcher to annotate my data. You can do a lot more with ontologies. We've already heard about some of the uses, but for example, in the gene ontology, their mission is to annotate sort of the web of life, all the different organisms of life with their terms that show biological process or molecular function or cellular component. And since there's so much of this that has been done already, you can clearly say, like, if I have 5 or 6 genes that I'm interested in, tell me all of the Go terms, all of the molecular functions or biological processes that are enriched for these 5 or 6 genes, right? I can see kind of how a group of genes is enriched over across these processes. And as Nicole mentioned, you can use ontologies to help you automatically annotate text. It's a very good and useful way to use them. And then you can also use them to compare experiments across ontologies, right? So in this case, we're looking at ENCODE data. There's 2 experiments. One of them might use, both of them might use these ChEBI terms. This is the chemical ontology. And they might show more specific versions of a hormone. It's kind of the same example I used with water body and lake, right? Here's another example of how you would use an ontology right here. In this experiment, they're using the EFO ontology, and in this experiment, they're using the cell ontology. But both of them have mappings up to the Uberon ontology, which is describing the Uber anatomy of these teams. There's mappings between these ontologies, so I can say that both of these experiments took place in the liver, and they are both using the OB assay ontology. And I can walk up the tree again and see that they're both of these experiments have to do with hormones in the liver, and they're using DNA methylation profiling to compare them. So immediately I'm able to compare 2 experiments that might even use different ontologies. So I hope I've convinced you very quickly, and I know that my colleagues have in the previous talks, but now is that enough? Have I used my small sample data set? Have I put ontologies terms on there? Is that enough for it to be fair and to be shareable in a very responsible way with the rest of my community? And I'm going to argue that there's probably another step we need to take. We need to talk about the rest of the fields in my data set. So going back to these really ridiculous examples, I've typed them with my ontology terms. That's great. We can't do any, that's the best we can do so far. But now I need to talk about, this depth parameter. And as a researcher, I really want to know about epipelagic zones. So how do I make sure that I can compare the depth in the Pacific Ocean sample data set to the Crater Lake sample data set? How do I know that the depth is the same between those? And I want to just point out that these 2 spreadsheets are models, right? You definitely have a model here already, but they're not machine actionable, and they're not interpretable without a human. So as a software developer coming to your data set 60 years later, I don't know what you mean by depth because you haven't included, or I haven't included, it's my data set, the units with this, right? And I don't want to look through every row of the data. It's pretty clear, right? And the other thing that comes into mind here is that even when you take it away from a spreadsheet and into a more validatable technology, like for example SQL or JSON schema, you sometimes don't have a framework that necessarily gives rise to interoperation, right? So I can have a table in my Pacific Ocean sample database that is the biosample database, and it has some good clear definitions of what those columns should be. I'm saying that depth is a float, so it actually needs to fulfill that. My Postgres database will complain if it doesn't, but in my Crater Lake sample data set, it's also a SQL database. It has some clear definitions here, but in this data set, I'm saying that depth is a foreign key, which as a software developer means to me that this is probably defined in another table, and it probably is a controlled vocabulary, which has nothing to do with a float. And so even if I could just extract both these tables as they were, I would still need a human to help me interoperate and interpret the data. And it's not just that this is an issue with a SQL database. This is an issue with all sorts of different languages, right? And depending on your background and what you're employed to do, you might have a love of lots of different ways to serialize a model, right? Like a developer might want something that's very validatable, just like I'm talking about. I want really clean data. So I might use JSON schema or SQL, or actually a Pydantic data class in Python. If if you're talking to an ontologist that really wants to know about the relationships in a hierarchy between terms and how they're interrelated in terms of a domain, they're going to use OWL. A semantic web developer who wants validation is going to use Shackle or Shex on top of that OWL, and a data scientist might use Pandas or Excel or whatever to do their work. And to find the number of people that know all of these different languages together is really small, and that's also where the insights come. So what we really need is a universal framework or a universal converter box, as this cartoon sort of describes, that lets us convert between all these technologies and still have a model that is democratized, right? So that people who are subject matter experts can communicate in this model, and people who are technologically experts can communicate in this model as well. And I guess I'm just going to do a shameless plug for LinkML because I found it to be extremely helpful in this way. It's a modeling framework that provides really simple elements that help you describe your spreadsheet or your JSON schema or your model in general at a very high level that is interpretable by machines. It has classes and it has slots. If you're thinking about it in a Postgres world or in a SQL database world, you have tables and columns. If you're thinking about it in a JSON schema world, you have classes and attributes. So very simple, familiar technological concepts here, but the beauty of LinkML is it also, like the ontology world, has a variety of tools. It's an entire framework. It has validators that you can use in your lab tomorrow that say, this row does not match with my schema, so please have someone redo my data there. It also has data converters, so it allows you to convert your spreadsheet into a JSON schema if that's how you want to distribute your data, or that's how you're asked to distribute your data. Or it has a schema inference plugin, so I can take my Excel spreadsheet, which I'll talk about in a minute, and turn it into a LinkML model using tools. So really what we have is a way for people to communicate about models that is formalized, right? We want to be able to distribute our model to other people to let them use it, just like we would distribute an ontology. We want to distribute the schema for representing, in my silly simple example, biosamples. I want to be able to give it to my colleague down the road and say, please use my model so we can interoperate, right? We want to be able to distribute it in the way that's easiest for them. And we want to be able to parasitize existing technical frameworks so that we can plug in our model into our already existing pipelines. So depending on how complicated your framework is, how big your project is, you might have a system already where you take data and you enter it into a database, and then you compile it down to JSON, and you distribute that JSON to another one of your collaborators, and then they use the data, et cetera, et cetera. We want LinkML, and it does sit in the middle there. You can make a model that is shareable in the semantic serialization that's right for you. Okay, so that's a lot of talk. Let's go back to our real example here. And how do you write a LinkML model? How do I make sure that I have metadata about my column headers, for example, that other people can use and act on independently of whether or not I'm there coaching them about the content of my data? And it's relatively straightforward. I'm showing you what LinkML looks like in its YAML format. The indentation here matters. We have classes, like I said before. A class for this particular data set might be a biosample. I can write a description directly in my model about what I mean by a biosample. So this entire a row is going to be a class of biosample. I'm going to describe it. It has all these attributes or columns, right? And I can start adding bits to the model that help me, right? So here in bacteria, the bacteria column, I'm going to say it's multi-valued, and that's important. I mean, you can imagine how important it is to know up front that you're going to have a multi-valued field in your data set. You don't want to discover that when you're trying to parse it, right? So that's incredibly helpful to any kind of downstream user. You might also have this type field where we're putting in our ontology terms, and I might make that required because I don't ever want to show data where I haven't typed it with a correct ontology. Right? And LinkML is built by some of the same people that love and appreciate and contribute to the OVO Foundry. So of course, LinkML loves ontologies. You can use ontologies to describe your classes. You can use ontologies to describe your attributes. You can say, for example, in my biosample data set, that depth really is the same as the environment ontology term 310031, which is the definition of depth in the environment ontology. And clearly, I'm going to sort of outsource the defining of this column to an ontology that other people can use. I can also make mappings. Nicole touched briefly on mappings and how important they are, and I think there were some questions about how ontologies operate with each other. Even data models, going one step further, your model of your data, you want it to be able to interoperate with other people. So in this case, I'm saying that salinity in my model is exactly defined by this phenotype and trait ontology term, which is for salinity, right? And LinkML can then take all of that specification you've given me, convert it to JSON schema, and I can run a validator on that instance of my data on the spreadsheet that's now turned into JSON with very little code. I don't have to write a custom parser for that file anymore. I don't have to write code that validates a spreadsheet. I can do it in a familiar format that Mark was talking about earlier. It's a widely used format. Okay, and then just briefly, we can also import, just like we can import ontologies. We can import lots of ontologies into our project. We don't just have to use one. We can also import different LinkML models from other LinkML models. So if my Crater Lake or my Pacific Ocean database had a LinkML model that defined biosamples, my Crater Lake sample data set could import that biosample class and use it to define my lake sample, right? So I can say that this lake sample is a child or is a subset or is a subclass of biosample, which means it inherits all of these attributes that were in my biosample class, and they are the exact same attributes that you used in the Pacific Ocean sample data set, right? So we have clearly a synchronization of models here in addition to the synchronization of ontologies, and that can be extremely helpful if you have a community that wants to interoperate with each other. Saying the same thing with your data is hard to emphasize enough. And so I just wanted to point out too that the other tool I mentioned earlier with LinkML is you can take one of those spreadsheets. I could take my Pacific Ocean data set and I could run it through this tool called Schema Automator. It's got some nice command line options for you if you have anyone technical that can do that. And it can generate a LinkML schema with all of this data already filled out for you. And then you as a curator of the model or you as a researcher can go in and fill in the blanks. This is an example with a person schema. It's very simple, but what I would do here is then I would go and try to fill in some of these gaps for each of my attributes. I might add a description. I would say that the ID, might have a format of a query, right? It's a short form URI, or it could be a URI. As James mentioned earlier, it would sort of put some constraints around that. I could go in and write a description for each of these. All of these things are possible with a modeling language that allows you to focus on interoperability as you're defining your data. LinkML also auto-generates documentation. So if I am spending all my time writing about what these column headers mean and what's their definition and if they're required and how do you validate them, I want an easy way to translate that into a web-based representation of my data that anyone can come and read. If you use LinkML, you get that for free. It can automatically convert your model into a nice markdown documentation that can be pushed up to GitHub relatively simply. So I'm not going to go through all the features. It's a complex modeling language and there's lots of tools here. But I will just plug that we have an open community. Just like the OBO Foundry, we have monthly meetings that you can join. We have a Slack channel. We have an email listserv. You can come and contact us and we can help write models that actually help your data be more useful to people outside your group. Oh, wrong way. There we go. And just, LinkML is widely used, right? There's a lot of people that have already picked up on the trend of writing a model in addition to annotating their data with ontologies. And I think we already spoke a while back about BioLink. And this is really just an end-to-end use case for LinkML as well as ontology or incorporation into your data sets. BioLink is used by the National Center for Advancing Translational Sciences, or the NCATS Translator Project, where we've taken over 300 of these disparate data sources, some very big, some very small, combine them together by using BioLink model as a reference point, and really have been able to find some interesting insights about rare disease treatments that haven't been found other places. And it's kind of been a success story for modeling data and using ontologies. So hopefully I've convinced you that there's like another step besides ontologies. You need to create a data model to go with your data, and probably you could reuse some data models that already exist. I would encourage you to look at BioLink model, since it already has sort of covered this breadth of biomedical and biological data. You might be able to take pieces of that LinkML model and use them to annotate your model. But if you can't, and you need to really work on mapping your model to other places, that's the last thing I want to talk about today. And Nicole briefly touched on it. This is actually her slide. There's an entire team of people that is looking at ontologies specifically, and more generally models, data models, to see how my definition of depth or my definition of Zellweger syndrome relates to your definition of Zellweger syndrome, or the DO's definition of Zellweger syndrome. And there's a lot we can do here to make sure that these are all interoperable, because honestly, if you just look at these 3 different ontologies, they have different labels, they have different parents, they have different children, they have different synonyms, they have different text definitions. Are they really the same between these ontologies? How do we figure that out? And I just wanted to put in a plug for the Simple Standard for Sharing Semantic Mappings group. This is a group led in part by Nico Matson-Zoglu, and I would encourage you to reach out to him to give another hour-long talk on how to make mappings between models and ontologies. It's really an evolving standard that we're putting a lot of effort and work into, because really we need to have provenance for mappings. We need to know why BioLink model might say that a particular class in the model is an exact match to another class in an ontology. We need to know why. Who said that? Was it curated? Was it generated via a text method to make that mapping? Is there a scale for rating these mappings between sources, right? Can we say this is a 5-star rating, and you can use this in your technological pipelines, right? You can use this in software to automatically translate one model to another. Or is it a less confident mapping? Is it a broad mapping, for example? Is it something that's just related and we don't know why? Those all help us use those mappings, those efforts in a software project where it doesn't require a human to look at both of the classes. And so there's a lot going on here. I would encourage you to reach out if you have more questions about that. And then just to give you some examples, BioLink, of course, uses mappings to interoperate. If you have a protein that's typed with a BioLink category, you can know that that protein is exactly the same as the protein ontology's definition of protein. Same with the exo-ontology. This has root property, this has root attribute, another way to say it, or has root column, has an exact mapping to this ontology term. So now you have mappings and you have ontologies and you have LinkML, right? LinkML is the structure of the cake, we're going to call it, so it doesn't just fall over. Ontologies kind of are the frosting and the glue that holds the cake together. And you have these mappings that give you just a little bit of extra to be able to show how your models relate to another. And the analogy goes that now your data is really ready to share, and people can slice it and dice it in different ways to answer their questions without worrying about whether or not they're going to mess up your cake or use your data incorrectly. So, finally, like if we can do all of this together, then we can discover all the things, right? We can make sure that the insights that we need to make in biomedicine or in the environment happen. And so thanks to everybody that helped me put these slides together. There's a whole lot of teams underneath this presentation: NCATS Data Translator, LinkML, SSOM, the ENVO team, all of these folks, and especially to James and Nicole for helping me with the slides. And that's my presentation.
Thank you, Sarah, with this nice, interesting presentation. I will invite all the participants, if they have questions, to go and put them into the chat. I have one question about, maybe you just say briefly that if I want to start using LinkML, which kind of support can I get from you?
Yeah, so like I sort of mentioned, there was, we have a community channel on the Obo Foundry Slack. You can come and just ask questions there. It's very casual, so don't worry about asking questions. You can also join our listserv or come to our community meetings. It's on the third Thursday of every month.
Okay. And again, so links are now is being used, as you said, by several tools that are available. And so can you kind of explain a little bit more about the tooling that can use our link ML?
Oh yeah, so we have a wide range of tools that you can use with LinkML. You can use it to convert between your spreadsheet instances to JSON instances. You can also use it to make schemas. You can use it to distribute your data in different formats. There's a wide variety of tools, and I can link the repositories in the chat for more information.
Okay. And let me check the chart here. Don't see question, but if you have any question later, you can always, reach Sarah, and she said which are the the link that we can use in order to take advantage of the link ML, and I think is really an helpful way to annotate and integrate different data set together. That has always been a big issue and a trouble in timing, time consuming. So I don't know if anyone else has additional questions in the. If not, I think we can close with this afternoon section, and I will.
Scusa, puoi ripetere?
Sorry, that's my Apple Watch. I will leave back the microphone to Stephanie for the closing remarks. Buddy.
Thank you, Anna Maria and Sierra. Very interesting. So hopefully you're starting to see my slides at the moment. I just wanted to do a very quick recap of some takeaways from today. So I heard about the 3 C's. One, of course, was about community. I could have put collaboration. So it's really about the importance of having diverse expertise, knowledge, skill sets coming to bear to help develop and obtain consensus and get adoption of metadata and standards and the ontologies. The second C is around communication, that metadata and standards really are important to facilitating and enabling communication, not only among us humans, but among machines, which Sierra was really talking about a lot in terms of helping to get that interoperability and connectedness. And then finally, I'm kind of stretching the C's a little bit here, but there's this desire for you to begin connecting with the resources that have been shared. There's been a wealth of links posted into the chat. We also have the resource guide that has also begun compiling many of these. We are going to be putting them together into a post-workshop report, so they won't be lost. And we're going to be trying to find a way of organizing them in such a way that they can perhaps be included in some type of a portal that's more searchable. And then one last takeaway, which especially came out of day 1, if you weren't available there, and that is connecting not only with these physical resources and tools, but connecting with your colleagues. Many of them, I'm sure, would be more than happy to answer any questions that you have about the resources and tools that were shared with you today. I'd also like to put a plug in for reaching out to your institutional librarians. I think probably I'm not overestimating by saying 98 or 99% of the universities and academic institutions have libraries that are now providing data management services and have librarians that actually specialize in helping you with developing your data management and sharing plan, as well as offering you guidance on best practices for actually doing data management. So with that, I also have a few more plugs here for our last session. Day 3 is going to be February 1st. And again, we're going to be spotlighting some domain-specific resources. And then we'll be hearing about some work in progress that is happening with the data harmonization use case around the identification of environmental health sciences ontologies or relevant ontologies. They're sharing the work that they've been doing and would love to be able to get feedback from you on the work that they've done. And then, of course, we're going to be holding an unconference session. So register for February 1 if you haven't done so yet off of the ELK website page. Check out the data management and sharing resource list. We will continue to keep evolving and growing that list. Join our ELK listserv. And then the mural boards are open. So the data management and sharing plan will be receiving input until February 8th. So you'll have a week after the close of the workshop. And then we're taking submissions for unconference topics through January 25th. And if you still are wanting to learn a little bit more about how Mural works, we will be doing a tutorial session right now. So thank you, everybody. Really appreciate your time and hanging in there today. I know it was a long 4.5 hours. So good evening to all of you. Go enjoy some lunch or dinner, depending upon your time zone. And we'll be staying on for probably about another 10 minutes just to allow folks who want to stay for a mural session. Thank you all and look forward to seeing you on February 1st.